It is... Oh, what day is today? Oh, we're dropping frames. Today's not a good day. What are you doing? Maybe that's why it says I'm offline. Oh well, I'm gonna press onwards and hope that those drop frames aren't meaning anything. But anyway, it is Saturday, May 25th of the year 2019. And what are we doing today? I guess first we'll talk about what I did offline, which is not much this time, because I streamed, what was it, Wednesday? I'm feeling a lot better now. Still like a little bit congested, so I still sound weird, but you know what? I'm just gonna deal with it. Oh, did I start my chat bot? I think I did. Yes, it's all good. Cool. But yeah, I didn't do too much since last stream. This is what we did last stream, which was rewriting for 6.add metaclass, which was the very last 6 rewrite that was that needed to happen. Which basically, where is it? Yeah, basically takes 6.add metaclass and turns it into the metaclass keyword in Python 3. But that's what we did last time. Not too much there. Hey, what's up, B? How's it going? How's your Saturday or Sunday, depending on your time zone? Is it Sunday for you? Might be. What's up, Leifalos? How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Went for a bike ride this morning. I haven't been outside in like 2 weeks. Because being sick sucks, holy shit. But I got outside. It's the outdoors looks about the same as it does before. Went for like a not very long bike ride, like 10 miles, and then a 3.1 mile run. I have like a loop that I run that's almost exactly a 5K. But that was good. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm still not 100%, but I'm feeling a lot better, so that's good. Let's see, what else did I do while I was offline? Oh, there was this one little request from Hinnick, who is the adders guy, asking for something that I thought already worked, but I was kind of surprised to find. So I have this wrapper around PyYAML called sb.yaml. It definitely doesn't stand for Acetyl Py. It's definitely not a pun for, I think there's a snake called Aspy. Maybe it's Asp? A small southern European viper with an upturned snout. Totally not a, I don't know, it was a good pun, so I went with it. But I haven't made namespace packages in a while. I've just stopped namespacing them, which seems to work better anyway, so... Well, where was this? Yeah, so I assumed that... Hey, what's up, Swills? Hey, what's up, Yoav and Toddy? Ping pong, yeah. And Yoav, how's your Saturday? But yeah, I was actually pretty surprised about this behavior. Apparently, PyYAML, if you pass it a dictionary, it will sort the keys by default. I assumed it would have just left them in whatever order that they already were. Well, order's undefined and below Python 3.7, but in Py 3.6 plus, they're in order. But apparently, PyYAML will sort them, which is a little bit weird. Actually, I wonder what it does if you have unsortable keys. It's not called PyYAML, it's called YAML. If we dump something like none to 2 and 3 to 4, what does it do? Oh, right, it's dump. Interesting, that doesn't sort. But as soon as I make these in order, I guess. Put one here. Yeah, so those don't sort, but if I remove this, it'll reorder the 9 key, probably? I don't know why it does that. Weird behavior, but it must try and sort and just be like, oh, sorry, couldn't sort. Good enough, I guess. We'll continue. But I don't know, weird behavior, not what I expected. But it was pretty easy to make Python 3.6 plus dictionary sort, possibly. Why B colon single quote 2 and not B2 in the output? Or in the URL? Wait, what URL? Where did I have single quotes? Oh, null colon 2? Because it would have to be a string. Or none. So a bare number will be an integer, but a quoted number will be a string, I think. I think that's what you're asking. I hope that's what you're asking. I also have a cough drop in, so if you're wondering why my cheeks are weird, it's because I have cough drop. Which will hopefully make me cough less during the stream, but no promises on that. But yeah, the fix for this was actually super easy. We are already handling ordered types with our dump map resolver, which basically, where is it? Yeah, which basically uses the items of the mapping type already. Oh, I still have Discord open. Shush. Stream link? Yeah. See you in a bit. Alright, I closed Discord so we don't hear that noise anymore. YAML is greater than JSON. I really don't like YAML. It's actually like one of my biggest regrets is that Precommit uses YAML. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much better. You can set streamer mode in Discord. Ooh, I don't know how that works. I'll look at that after the stream. But sounds like a good mode that I should probably set up. But yeah, this fix was super easy. It was just like make dictionaries also use dump map and easy peasy. Be cool and use TOML. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like most configuration formats just kind of suck. Like JSON doesn't have comma or trailing commas and comments, and so that kind of sucks. Python INI is basically all strings and no other types. You can like build types on top of them, but it doesn't really support anything out of the box. YAML they've been making better. Like it's no longer a giant arbitrary code execution problem, but there still isn't a great way to like load a YAML file, modify some stuff in it, and then write it out and not have it like reformat your whole document, which I don't like. Or like delete all your comments. And yeah, there's ruml.yaml, which has some round tripping. And in fact, is it still here? Oh man. Okay, well I'm still mentioned in the README, but it used to be like the front page. Basic usage. One of these. Anyway, maybe it's been adjusted since then, but it used to be like Anthony Sotilli said it should be this way, and then it changed. But anyway, ruml.yaml is pretty good. We use this at work a lot to try and round trip YAML, but no, it has some quirks, and sometimes we'll just like shift all your YAML over for no good reason, or like change all of your nulls to different nulls, and like sometimes it'll move your comments around. Sometimes it'll reformat your list. I don't know. It's pretty good though. Like it's much better than nothing. Be cool and use Microsoft's INI. Isn't INI originally from Java? Javaland? I guess Microsoft's INI is their own flavor, but yeah. Thoughts on UCL? I don't know what UCL is. UCL configuration language. It's clearly not London's Global University. Universal Configuration Library Parser. UCL is heavily infused by Nginx config. Fully compatible with JSON. Interesting. Okay, so these are like global assignments, and then these are subsections. This seems nice. What is the comment syntax though? Or are there comments? I guess I can Control F comments. Oh. Okay, that's not bad. Macros. See, that's where things end up being problematic though. Like, as soon as you add like some sort of execution model to your code, like it's no longer easily lintable. It's not static anymore. I know, I even invented my own configuration format at one point. I never finished it because it found a bunch of problems with how it worked, but I originally wrote this thing called dumbconf, which was essentially JSON but strictly formatted, always UTF-8, allowed single quoted strings, allowed bare word keys, allowed different integer formats. Allowed trailing commas, and what else? Oh, well, here's the syntax. Anyway, I tried to make a configuration language myself, and the idea behind it is it would load it all, keep all of the information about where things were in the document. You could modify stuff and then write it out, and it would maintain all of that stuff. But for the most part, like, I just never finished it. I don't know how to write parsers, and so I was writing my own. And actually, this part was pretty cool. I wrote my own like regular expression language based on like token types. I guess I need to show an example. Where is the? I guess maybe it's in parse. Oh yeah. So here's like a pattern. Like, you would make a regular pattern. This was always a comma that followed, or like a comma followed by a space. Or this was a key in a map had to be one of these value tokens or a bare word key. I don't know. It's gross, but it mostly worked. But I never finished it, so it was kind of a lost cause. My hope is that, or my eventual hope is that JSON 5 gets a good parser for Python. The idea behind JSON 5 is it's JSON, but you can have bare word keys, and you can have trailing commas, and you can have escapes new lines, and comments. Where's the comments? Oh, I was already looking at comments. No, there's no comments in here. Oh, there is a comment right here. But anyway, I'm hoping that someone makes a good JSON 5 parser, and if I ever have time, I registered this punny name for a JSON 5 parser called J5ON, but I don't know if I'll ever finish it or work on it. But there's an empty project that has stars and watchers too. Why would someone watch this? Oh, let's see. But it's completely empty. I haven't done anything with it. Isn't that name squatting? Yes, it is name squatting. Totally not what you're supposed to do, but definitely name squatting. But I'd happily give up the name if someone else was going to implement it. All right, I gotta read chat. Let's see. PR to look at for awesome dumpster fire. Add rotten companies section. Oh no. Seems fine. So awesome dumpster fire is like one of those awesome collections that has well, it doesn't have much yet because we haven't added much to it yet, but it is supposed to basically capitalize things that are burning trash fires, and kind of accentuate them on a single place. Oh, I didn't even get to +1 it. I'll delete the branch though. I guess you took my verbal ship it as a ship it. Close enough. Let's see. In MS-DOS and 16-bit Windows platforms up to Windows ME, the INI file served as the primary mechanism to configure operating system and installed application features. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Yeah, like kernel.ini. I've definitely touched that file and broken a machine before. Good times. INI files were also generally used by applications to store their individual settings, depending on how they want to do it. Sendmail config language ended up being accidentally Turing complete. That's amazing. Probably because of the macro. Oh, they have conditionals and macros. Yeah, done. Easy peasy. And what? In classes? Hopefully not like classes like I would think of classes in Python, but that's funny. Yeah, I really don't want a Turing complete configuration language. Isn't JSON/YAML/TOML/INI sufficient? I mean, JSON doesn't have commas or comments or backward keys or single quotes or multi-line strings, and those things are all good things in my mind. YAML isn't rewritable, or isn't fully rewritable, so that one has problems. I haven't used TOML. I don't know enough about it. It might be good. I don't have any opinions on TOML, or at least I don't have enough experience in order to give an opinion on TOML. INI also doesn't have any good round trip, but it's simple enough that it should be doable. But anyway, I already know what XKCD config this is. It's the like one more standard. Yeah. Yeah. You haven't seen this one. It's a good one. But anyway. I digress. Back to the thing that I actually did was I made this work for Hinnick. I don't know whether he's going to use this library or not, but cool. I fixed that. What else did I work on while offline? Oh, we had a bit of a botched release in talks due to a series of funny bugs. Let me show you the actual bug. Hey, what's up, Piggy Dicers? This one. So we accidentally stopped testing Python 2 on Windows. Oh, I still want these tabs. We'll go to these in a bit. So we accidentally stopped testing Python 2 on Windows due to a patch here. If we expand this function, we had this locate via pep514, which took a spec as a parameter. And this for loop clobbers this variable. And so it was always saying that the Python 3, or the installed Python 3 matched Python 3. And so it just completely skipped Python 2. Basically the last Python 1. But as a consequence, our CI wasn't testing Python 2 on Windows, and so it broke. It broke in two ways. The first was setting this environment variable with setting a Unicode string in os.environ, and I can show what that does. Python is a little bit more strict about the types that can be in the environment on Windows. 27 Python. So if I set a Unicode string in here, and then it lets me do that. It's okay with that. But as soon as I try and run a subprocess, it explodes and says that the environment can only contain strings, which actually this behavior makes it really, really hard to debug because the assignment to the environment can be very, very far away from the actual set process call. And so that just like, it makes it really hard to trace this. The way I actually debug this is I put a breakpoint when it was crashing, and then I looked at os.environ at that point, which, holy shit. K for kn os.environ. Basically did this to find the environment variable that was problematic and then traced it from there. But yeah, I wrote a little, or fixed this by making it a native string, and then wrote a little test that ensures that. And this person was asking, why didn't I use his instance, and I wanted a stronger type assertion here. Also, I didn't use pytest asserts here because it was really hard for me to trace like what was wrong here. And so I wanted both the key, the value, and the type of the key. So I used a kind of full assertion there. But yeah, this behavior is pretty surprising. But anyway, I fixed that. That was one of the bugs that snuck in. The other was this winreg module isn't a module in Python 2. In Python 2, it's called _winreg. In Python 3, they renamed it to winreg, the registry editing module. And so fortunately 6 has a moves for that, so it was easy for me to just switch that there. And the other thing is this open key x function doesn't take keyword arguments in Python 2, so I had to switch it back to the Python 2 behavior. But it was kind of funny how like one small bug caused 2 other bugs to sneak into master. But we fixed those, so 3.12.1 is the good release. If you're using 3.12 on talks and care at all about Windows and Python 2. I don't know. You could totally just ignore Windows and Python 2 and I wouldn't feel so bad. Did you add talks --envter no test? No, I didn't do that yet. I've been meaning to do that. I just haven't had time for it. Scratch wiki. Is it this page? Yeah, it's this page. Yeah, I have it in my to-do list, but I haven't finished it yet. This list never gets shorter, which is pretty sad. Oh, actually, I can get rid of one of them. I can get rid of this one because GitHub implemented it for me. Basically, what I wanted to do is, if you've ever worked with ReviewBoard, ReviewBoard, take the pain. ReviewBoard's not great. Where's the demo? Does this have more than one revision? Oh, I need to find with more than one revision. Dang it. Anyway, ReviewBoard has this really nice thing where if you have like 4 or 5 commits on a branch, then you can compare like different revisions in the branch itself. And this was really useful if you did a amend workflow where you would force push all the time. ReviewBoard would still be able to compare between force pushes. The GitHub didn't support that for the longest time. But now when you force push, do I have a PR that I've force pushed? I know I've force pushed in this one. Now when you force push, GitHub will give you a diff? Where's the... Oh, here's the diff. GitHub will give you a diff between your force push. It's not perfect. Like it includes all the upstream changes, but it at least kind of works-ish. But I don't know. Funny story about force push. Let me get this PR. So there was this pull request that I was making at work, and I was trying to hide who was committing it because I knew it was going to be controversial. Lift metaservice 3. I think that's who I committed it as. Yeah. So I made the pull request as one of our bots, which changed like how this this is a service that creates repositories, and for the longest time it was super controversial because like there was a committee that was overlooking the naming policy. We'll ignore that. We'll put that off screen. Off screen now? Sure, perfect. But I committed it as the bot using sneaky means, and this was the day that GitHub released this force push feature, and so I was basically like immediately snuffed out as the guy that was making this branch happen. So that was pretty good. Thanks GitHub for totally betraying me. But anyway, that was pretty funny. Good job GitHub. Good timing. Yeah, their interdef isn't perfect, but I don't think I'm gonna have time to ever implement this, so I can mark that one as done. I wrote a script yesterday that traversed through directories looking for hpp/cpp files and then checking if they are written in cmakelist.txt files. Huh, interesting. I actually haven't worked with CMake myself. I don't know how it works. Have you considered rebranding from Anthony Writes Code to LintGod or Based LintGod? No, I have not. Yikes. I don't know if that properly. I mean, I do like linters, and I do spend a lot of time with them, so maybe. Turns out some C++, quite a lot with the test parts weren't part of the build. Oh. Yikes. That seems bad. I hate GitHub's new behavior about force push. Why? What's wrong with it, B? I think it's fine. I think it could be better. But I don't know what's wrong with it, I guess. Why are you making spicy comments? I mean, gotta make spicy comments. Hey, Quickfloor, I haven't seen you in forever. How's it going? How's your Saturday? I miss you. I mean, I did take like two weekends off, one for being sick and one while being at PyCon, so it has been a while. You have so many personal questions. Well, here we go then. Time for 100 questions. Hey, what's up, Mindful Fox? Yeah, I really like the interdiff behavior of review board, and I had an idea to like implement it with a bot, but I don't know. I'm just there's no way I'm ever gonna get to it. Also, this list never gets shorter. I think this one would be really fun to implement. This one right here. So there's this game in Pokemon called PokeRadar where you basically play a minigame over and over, and if you're good at the minigame, it gives you shiny Pokemon. And I have a procedure that I play by, but I want to see if I could optimize it with a bot. And basically run an emulator with button inputs, and I don't know. I think I would learn a lot of stuff about emulators, but I don't know that I'll ever have time for that either. It shouldn't say I force pushed or not. Maybe you can give me a config option about it. Oh, yeah, I guess it kind of like betrays that you're force push. Can you send me your current location? I need your social number too. No, not happening. I will show you the general city that I'm in. Oh, this just completely centered right on my home. Great. So I'm somewhere around here. And now you know exactly where I live because Twitch VODs. But yeah, I live in San Mateo. You know that already, though. You don't need to ask that again. I'm not giving you my social security number. But yeah, I don't think I'll. My to-do list just gets longer and longer, which is unfortunate. But one day I'll burn down the backlog. But anyway, that's what I did last time. Or between last time and now. So now we'll start talking about new stuff. About to change my zone. You know Pornhub will be GitHub. What? What does that even mean? That seems weird. But yeah, I want to talk about some stuff that's new in Python 3.8. Unfortunately, it's not on this page. The thing that I'm interested in, or we'll talk about, it's on this page. And that's this importlib metadata module, which if you've watched a couple of the other streams, I've been working on GitLab import the metadata. Maybe it's not on GitLab. Is it on? It's so hard to find. It is on GitLab. Well, that was weird. Anyway, I've been using and in some ways contributing to this import the metadata module. It is intended to be a replacement of package resources, which is the slow setup tools module for looking up, essentially looking at metadata of installed packages. And it's being added to the standard lib in Python 3.8, for now just provisionally. But the big selling point about import lib metadata is it's way faster than package resources. And so you can in most cases replace it as a drop-in, and it'll improve the speed of your application startup. And oh, their docs are broken. Maybe I'll fix those. See if I can just do that real quick. What is that file going to be called? Import lib.metadata? Probably this file. Is that not how you highlight in... How do you highlight in RST? It looks right. Oh, are these not supposed to have colons? I bet these are not supposed to have colons. Let's see. How can a man go 8 days without sleep? I don't think I've ever gone 8 days without sleep. I've gone like 2 or 3 days without sleep. What do you use VirtualBox Ubuntu for? Yes. So I play a lot of, well, I used to play a lot of video games, and I'm more comfortable with using Windows as my primary operating system. So I run Windows. Also, I have a tendency to break Linux machines, and so a VM is a nice way for me to kind of sandbox the terrible stuff that I do to Linux operating systems, and just start over if I break stuff. That isn't to say that I don't run Linux directly on hardware on other computers. So one of my two, I guess I have 2 living room computers now, because I have this one, 16815. I have a Mac that lags a little bit in my living room, but I also have a Linux machine in my living room, and at work I dual boot Linux, so I do use Linux sometimes. Slow, 300 milliseconds slower. Yeah, it is not that much slower, but it can be noticeable. There's a pretty cool fight on the Python mailing list about the removal of CGI and CGI TB. I'm not gonna get involved with that one. I do have my opinions, but I'm not gonna get involved with that one. 10 birds were sitting in a tree and a hunter shot one. How many birds were left in the tree? Well, it depends if being shot, it fell out of the tree. Or, it also depends on whether the birds left the tree after the shot. My guess would be there would be 0 left in the tree. But there could also be 10 or 9, depending on how you put it. Please answer the questions, or I will sue you, sir. Good luck, bud. Slow and old, yeah. guys, not Nano, GNU/Nano. What video games did you play? Let's see, let's look at my Steam library. Not actually that many, other than a lot of Minecraft. Oh, do I even have Steam? I do have Steam, okay. Library games. So, oh wait. Oh, now you have my spam email address. Is this, yes. These I don't want to validate. So of games that I've played the most, Borderlands is one of them. Oh, can you even see this? Probably not. Anyway, I've played 400 hours of Borderlands. 100 hours of Borderlands the pre-sequel, which is way more than most people should have. I play a lot of Faster Than Light, which I really like. Kind of a fun, like, how do I describe it? Like real-time strategy, but with pause. I started playing Fallout, but haven't had time. I've played 4 hours, like nothing. I haven't had time to play it. Of course, I played Portal and Portal 2. I played more hours than this, but it was on a different computer, so it didn't register or whatever. I played Rust and not the programming language. Oh, what's the other one that I played a lot of? Oh, Skyrim. Where's Skyrim? 280 hours of Skyrim. I don't know. I have a very addictive personality, so when I start playing a video game, I play a lot of it. Yeah, a lot of it. I've probably played, I don't know, like 10,000 hours of Minecraft, maybe? I played a lot of Minecraft. Basically, that's all, or maybe not 10,000, maybe 1,000. Yeah, probably about 1,000 hours of Minecraft. So I've played a lot of Minecraft. Let's see if you signed up for Pornhub with that email. Why would you sign up for Pornhub? What if an egg hatched while the bird was shot? 11 birds, yeah. Try Slay the Spire, it is legit. Also Into the Breach. I have not heard of those. Slay the Spire. Oh. Oh, it's a card game? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about card games. 1/3 of my library has GNU/Linux support. That's pretty good. I don't know what percentage mine does. I know I can play Faster Than Light on Linux because I've done that before at work. Yikes. Before Mount Everest was discovered, what was the highest mountain in the world? I don't know. Mount Everest, second highest mountain. Wherever K2 is, I guess. Would be my guess. I don't actually know. Too many hours, yeah. I spent so much time playing video games. Don't play games, it's a scam. You should write programs to make value, not play games to make value. Yeah, but sometimes, you know, you just gotta unwind and have some personal time where you play video games. Well, that doesn't even begin to count the number of hours I've played Pokemon. Is holy shit, I played so much Pokemon. I think it's like 6 or 7 games I've maxed out at 1,000 hours so far, and that's not even to count like the time spent soft resetting for shiny Pokemon. But like, holy shit, Mount Everest was there before it was discovered. Silly trick question. Ah, you got me, bud. You got me. How is your girlfriend, Anthony? Well, I don't have one, so... vacuously false, I guess. Try Kanuni? Oh, what? What is going on? Collect 12 DNA points and press G to evolve. Is it WASD? How do I? Press G to evolve, R to start again. G. Does not work in Chrome. How do I play? B, how do I play? Why is it not letting me play? It loaded. Oh, it's a desktop game. Oh, so I have to download it. I see. I'll check it out later. I was like, why can't I play? Oh, because this is just an image. Let's see. Roguelike card game single player and Into the Breach is by the same people who wrote FTL. Interesting. I need to game more. Yes, probably. Quickfloor's favorite dir is tilde/porn. Great. Cool, bud. I don't think I have that one. No, definitely don't have that one. Probably don't have it on my desktop either. Oh, I have Git Bash open. Oh goodness. Yep, not a thing. Sometime you did a project in Arduino. I haven't done an Arduino project yet. But I have a bunch of ideas for them. The problem is, like, I am so bad at soldering. On the Mac, of course. Yeah. I'm really bad at soldering, and so all of my, like, hardware projects basically need to have solderless connectors, or, I don't know, it doesn't really work for me. I guess I have done some soldering before, and actually probably my lack of steady hands is probably why chemistry was not a great career choice for me. But I didn't stay there for long, so I guess it's fine that I'm doing computers now. Why, Anthony? You need somebody to love. I have one love, it's GitHub. Yikes. Oh, that's pretty good. Is you're storing your porn under root? I don't store any porn. Except from Lyft, tell us about it. Sure. I think I do this a lot of streams though, so I'll give the abridged version. So I work at Lyft, blah, 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 which is this image here, which is basically a ride-sharing application. Same deal as Uber, but we're significantly less evil. Maybe that's not true, but I work on infrastructure, so basically I don't write any code that shows up in the apps. Well, I guess it's not strictly true. Like, I indirectly write code that shows up in the apps. I mostly work on stuff for developers, so my team is called Developer Experience. The TLDR that I usually give is I build tools and software that make developers productive, or at least we try, because it's pretty hard to make developers productive. And what's up, Jokercraft? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Most of the stuff that my team focuses on is building the development environments for our developers, as well as building tools that make it easier to write code. So, like, my passion in programming, and I guess in life, is writing code quality tools. So things like code formatters and code linters. This is my baby project called Precommit. I didn't know that link actually went to GitHub. That was not what I expected, but I guess it goes to GitHub. But anyway, Precommit is a framework that allows you to use a bunch of linters and code formatters and stuff. And the other thing that we're doing right now with my team is rolling out basic linting and basic code formatting to all of the repositories at Lyft, so that we can have some sanity when we commit code and deploy it. But that's basically the TLDR of my job. I build software that rewrites other people's code. Usually the cause of bad soldering is actually a cheap iron. I mean, that's probably true. Here's my soldering iron. I'm pretty sure, well, I bought it in college, so it's definitely like the cheapest iron that you could get. Yeah, I bought it at Radio Shack, if that tells you, if that dates this. Oh, it's so tarnished. Gross. I don't know. I'm gonna not put all of the blame on the iron. I'm pretty sure some of it is my fault at being bad at soldering. I'm not gonna I don't store porn yet because he has 100 terabytes in the cloud. You should show us your S3 buckets. I actually don't have an S3 account. oddly enough. Or I don't have an AWS account. I should probably get on that at some point. But you know, I don't know. Let people be free. The tools that you create, are they only for Lyft developers? So most of the tools I create are entirely open source. And so most of them you can find either on GitHub, under my name, or if my user page loads. Hey, it loaded that time. It unicorns like 2 or 3, like 2/3 of the time or so. So most of the software that I write is completely free and open source and on GitHub. These are some of my personal projects that I've worked on. Also, pre-commit is me as well, and the associated projects that go along with it. I do work on some tools that are internal only. Two of the big ones, two of the big internal only ones are a project called Control, which is basically a wrapper around Docker and now Kubernetes to do service spin up and spin down. It's not great. It works kind of. People hate it. It's kind of the worst. My team inherited it, so it's not my problem, but I don't know. It gets the job done, I guess. I also recently created this internal tool called LiftVM, and the idea is it makes creating virtual environments on macOS not a complete pain in the ass, which I might clean up in open source at some point, because it seems like something that might be useful for other people. But for the most part, I like to, well, I guess at work I don't spend that much time working on open source. I spend most of my time working on the closed source stuff. But we do use a lot of the open source software that I write at work, which is pretty cool. Does pre-commit allow you to check the commit message? Yes, it's a relatively new feature. Commit message. Yeah, so you can change what stage in this lifecycle that the hook targets by changing the stages attribute. Prepare commit message was just added, and commit message has been in there for probably a while. Pre-commit change log. Come on, GitHub. Oh, Google, you're so good. It knew exactly what I wanted. Commit message. That was not... so it's supposed to be added in 1.1.0, but apparently I screwed up the packaging, so it originally landed in 1.1.2, which, wow, has almost been 2 years now. So anyway, yeah, you can do commit message linting in pre-commit, and you can use prepare commit message in order to modify the commit message before you would edit it, or something like that. I don't know. I didn't contribute the commit message integration. It actually came from a third party, which was great. Where is it? Yeah. So Mark J added support for the prepare commit message hook, which is awesome. It's pretty cool when someone other than me contributes a big feature like that. Happy to have contributors. Contributors are great. Let's see. Oh boy, I'm so far behind. I made a 3D printer with Arduino and did not need to weld anything. Used DuPont cables for almost all the connections. Nice. I want to get into 3D printing. I haven't done anything with 3D printing, but I want to do that in the future. Is there a way to force pre-commit to run on all clients that use my project? Unfortunately not. The trick that I've used on some of my projects is to add it to common, well, this will be an example, I guess, is to add it to common entry points where a developer would use the local tests or something like that. For instance, here, as a side effect of running the tests, it runs pre-commit install. Which is basically like, you run the tests, you get the hooks. You have no choice. Yeah, there isn't really a way to force a clone to install hooks unless you have other ways to control your developers. This is kind of by design from Git's side, because it would be kind of a security vulnerability if you could inject code automatically into them. And actually, there was There was a bug, or there's like a CVE, get hooks, where you could, this one? That's not this one. But there was a, this one? But anyway, there was a vulnerability where Git was not properly handling case insensitivity on platforms that have case insensitive file systems. So you could name a file in your Git repo as .git /hook/foo, and then just by cloning that Git hook would get installed, and so people could just inject arbitrary code. But it was a security vulnerability. They fixed it, fortunately. Let's see. Use this game to practice soldering. I'm gonna open this off screen. Not that I don't trust you. Oh, there's a welding simulator? Nice. This is what the video is. Oh, that's loud. The future of welding training. Just like show me the TLDR. Whoa. They actually had like custom hardware for this too. That's pretty cool. That's not the worst joint. It's not great though. Anyway, let's see. Developer mind control. Yeah. I'm trying to encourage my team to move from perforce to Git. Ooh. Hey, what's up, Sergey? How's your Saturday going? Perforce. Perforce is encouraging people to move from perforce to Git now too. Interesting. I haven't heard perforce in so long. I don't deal with that shit anymore. You've reached the website for Arch Linux, a lightweight and flexible Linux distribution that tries to keep it simple. Oh my god. Talk about an overstatement. Oh, Arch is... oh boy. Speaking of which, there's one pyupgrade PR. Yeah, I'll get to that. Once I actually stop answering questions and start writing code. This is from you, Sarcastic Dante. I know this PR is here. It looks good though so far. I realized that I don't have all of the Git hooks that I would want in this repo, because this is not how I would format this. So if you want to add a Git hook, this hook will rewrite that literal. But anyway, I'll get to your PR eventually. Maybe after stream today. This is the CD. Oh, is this the one I was looking for? Yes, this is the CVE. Pretty funny how you write code on POSIX and don't think about these case-insensitive file systems. I mean, I'm guilty of it myself. This is way back in 2014? Holy shit. I feel like this was like not that long ago. This was really long ago. Or maybe there was multiples of this. Anyway. Yes. Okay. Close some tabs. Oh, we're talking about import lib. I was gonna fix their docs. We'll build their docs. Funny enough, ZFS has support for not being case sensitive. It's just a setting. That sounds awful. That sounds like the opposite of what I would want. Oh. Sorry, I'm hiding the build right now because it causes... Oh wait, this failed. The make file is updated. You need to rerun make. Okay. We'll run make then. No, I don't want to run make. I want to run make docs. Slow. I don't know what I was saying. Word soup. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. 2018. Remote code execution occurred with a crafted Git modules file. This is the one that I was thinking of. Hey, what's up, Strix Code? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. But yeah, this was the vulnerability that I was thinking of. Was this one here? So 2018. Okay, so not 2014. I don't have to feel quite as old now, I guess. What text editor did you use? Nano, like a noob. What are you doing? No rule to make target docs. How do I make the docs? Is it CD? Make HTML. Missing required blurb or Sphinx tools. Make React. You use Nano, that's for noobs. Yep, it's me. You got me. Make HTML. Okay, so I got sidetracked trying to fix this. Hopefully this is quick. It might take a while. And anyway, what importlib metadata is it provides a bunch of APIs to look at entry points for packages. So there's the entry points API. There's the metadata API for looking at installed metadata. There's the version if you just want the version. This is probably the most useful and like replaces a lot of the use of package resources. Yeah. But anyway, that's import the metadata. And I'm going to be hopefully using this in a bit to make pytest faster. Let's see. Use Vim. I do know how to use Vim. I'm not a complete noob. I just don't often use Vim. But like I know things like is it visual mode and sorting lines. Oh, where did those lines go? Oh, they got sorted. Okay, yeah, fine, whatever. I do know how to use Vim. I'm actually teaching my brother to program right now, and I know how much fun you guys make of me for using Nano. So he's not allowed to use Nano. I'm basically forcing him to learn and use Vim. That's CIM. I want VIM. It takes a file name as an argument. It's essentially a text editor. Well said, Daniel. But yeah, I'm teaching him Vim. He knows some stuff. He knows how to quit. He's probably at this point almost as good at Vim as I am, but I don't know. Need to use ed, yeah. You program in Python, I program in assembler, you're not a true programmer, I hate those people. Yeah, I really don't like better than thou kind of programmers. Then again, I'm guilty of it too. Like, I'll talk shit about Ruby and JavaScript, but I guess I realize that, like, I don't know, they're all kind of the same at the end. VimAdventures.com show us. Oh boy. Learning Vim while playing a game. See, my problem is I don't use HJKL. I use the arrow keys like a noob. What does they want me to do? Oh goodness, I'm out of bounds. What do you mean you don't have the U button? I wish it was like WASD. I think I could do WASD. What am I doing here? What do you mean you don't have the I button? Insert mode. Anyway, yeah. I guess I could play Vim Adventures, but I don't know, I'm pretty bad at it. Ed is the standard text editor. Yeah, I've heard that joke before. Let's see. Nano, more like Nubo. Yeah, it me. Be sure to teach him how to move by word, sentence, and line in Vim. I am not sure that I know how to do that, but I will look into that and teach him. I know how to do it in Nano. Are you fucking kidding me? What is wrong here? Highlight directive not permitted here. So maybe my... Shell session. I think this is what I want to hear. There's supposed to be double colons? I don't actually know. Oh, it has to rebuild everything? But you got like 99%, you got 100% through. I think the best editor is the delegator. Delegate someone else to write your code. Ooh. Same thing. There's nothing worse than the Windows note block. Not sure I understand. Oh, Notepad? Yeah. I started in Notepad. That was my original text editor. That was some real rough days. Real Vim Adventures are VimRC and plugins. The best puzzle/horror game ever. Yeah. I think my VimRC is like one line. My brother has more VimRC than I do. Yeah, I have one thing, which is to call Flake8 on save. Work? Oh, I guess there's no problem with that. So if we import OS. Yeah, so this is my one Vim setup. I have one plugin. I don't even have a tab set up properly. Anyway. How do I test if a program is installed in Ubuntu with a terminal? It's for a Python program. The easiest way is using which. So if I want to say like which code, so that means Visual Studio Code is installed, and that'll return 0. But if I said like which Emacs, I definitely don't have Emacs installed, and so that'll return non-zero. So you can use like if which Emacs, then send the output to dev null, then it is installed, else it is not installed. So yeah, that's one way. But if you're in Python, you can use shutil.which. So it'll return something if it exists, but if it doesn't exist, you can use max. It'll return none. So you can say like if is none, max is definitely not installed. Hopefully that helps you out there. Please tell me if this is any good. The documentation of the Kubernetes operator Pythonic framework. Well, the base Kubernetes API, or the base Kubernetes library is garbage, so well, if this is anything better than that, install it with Docker. Is this for writing operators in Kubernetes, or is this for general modification of K8s? There's a framework and library to make Kubernetes operators development. I don't know much about Kubernetes operators, unfortunately. I'm always sus of decorators that do crazy stuff, especially ones that use cheeky words like this. So I don't know. I can't tell you whether it's good or not. Unfortunately. Sorry. How dare you not install Emacs? Yeah. Oh, what is the what was this page gonna be? Library. Oops. See if I managed to fix that. Those code blocks. I did not. Why not? See, I don't know how to use RST at all. So that's why I am a noob. My guess, therefore, my guess is I have to indent this. So this should be PyCon. My keyboard sounds nice. What kind of keyboard do you have? I'm about to disappoint you, Augie010. I wish I had a nice keyboard. But warning treatise in error. Could not Lex literal block as Python 3. Oh yeah, keyboard. My keyboard is the K120, which is the cheapest Logitech keyboard you can purchase. It does sound mechanical. It is partially mechanical, I assume. I don't know. It's basically the quietest keyboard that I could find. I also put a t-shirt underneath it to dampen it because it's still kind of loud. Anyway, here's my keyboard. Not super great. It works though. The other thing that I like about the K120 is it's cheap, and I break keyboards more often than I care to admit, and so I can just buy a new one, and it's super easy to get another one. Also, I use the same keyboard at work so that I can have a consistent keyboard environment. Because I hate switching keyboards, because like slight differences in layout really throw me off. What is the correct way to do this? I have no idea. I thought this would be the correct way to do this. Maybe remove these colons? But I really don't know how to RST. I'm a mechanical keyboard enthusiast. I have like 6 keyboards, that's why I ask. I see, yeah. I have a single mechanical keyboard. Let me grab the photo of my one mechanical keyboard. How do I use Facebook? I have no idea. Damn, that's an old photo. Come on, keyboard, where are you? Oh, here it is. Here's my I should just like put this in an FAQ. Here's my mechanical keyboard. It is 2 keys. these are the switches that it uses. I don't remember what they're called. Can you see that? Maybe? I don't know. They're blue and very, very clicky. Or they're like navy blue. I don't know, but they're pretty nice. I like them. But I built this thing because, and this is like a super first world problem. At work, I have a MacBook because that's what they gave me. Real coders, real programmers code in binary. Yeah. So I have a MacBook at work, and I dual boot and run Linux on it. And I have 2 monitors and the MacBook in the middle. And for whatever reason, this is gonna be like typical Linux on the desktop complaints. For whatever reason, the Linux drivers will not allow me to use both monitors while the lid is open. And so I closed the lid. But then I immediately realized that I use a single button on my, or a single key on my Mac keyboard, which is the play pause button, to play and pause my music. And so I was like, huh, well, I could buy a better keyboard and that has a play pause button, or I could build a keyboard that has enough buttons for me to play pause. So I use this key here as a macro key for playing and pausing my music. This one turns the lights on and off. So I'm only 50%ing my mechanical keyboard. But yeah, so that's why I have a mechanical keyboard. But I know, I like it. It lights up. It's colorful. This USB cable lights up as well. The saddest part about this mechanical keyboard is it costs more than all of my other keyboards combined. I think I spent, well, I have like a bunch of leftover switches, so it's not exactly fair, but I think the kit was like 20 bucks. The switches, I think I spent like 24 on, and the caps were like $12. But I don't know, it works. What about your mouse? My mouse is terrible. It's just standard 2-button Logitech mouse. Same reason as my keyboard. I just throw them away when they don't do well. I do like corded mice, so I have a cable that's attached to it. Mostly because I'm sick and tired of whenever a wireless mouse or keyboard cuts out and like I'm in the middle of something and it just like it really throws my game, and so I use wired for pretty much everything. I do have a wireless keyboard in my living room so that I can lounge on the couch and have a TV that mostly just plays YouTube, but not have to be within a few feet of that. And that wireless keyboard's okay. It works out. It does disconnect a lot and drop keystrokes, which agitates me whenever I use my living room TV computer, but it's good enough, I guess. My favorite is my Kinesis Advantage. Oh, someone at work has one of those. Is that the split keyboard with the... Yeah. Actually, a bunch of people at work have these. See, my problem is I cheat when I type. I use these 2 fingers more often than these fingers. Sorry. These fingers more often than I use these fingers. And so having a split keyboard, you realize real quickly how much you cheat at touch typing. And it kind of forces you to do things the right way. But I'm garbage not cheating. But these sound real nice when people use them. But what is this? Oh, this is the different cherry switches, I see. But yeah, anyway. What do you think about the Logitech G413? G413. Ooh, that looks fancy. Oh, my friend has one of these. Yeah, these seem nice. I really like the beveled keycaps, which this doesn't have beveled keycaps, but I really like them. They feel nice. My current keyboard has slightly beveled keycaps, and they work pretty well. I think to buy some ergonomic keyboard, but I'm worried It would frustrate me typing on normal keyboards. Yeah, I'm sure. I know I get frustrated typing on ergo keyboards, so I'm sure it would be the opposite way in the opposite direction. Real programmers code in binary. I didn't see this. Oh yes, this is the like real programmers send a butterfly which flaps its wings and blah blah blah. Cosmic rays. Yeah, there's an Emacs command for that. I switch between the Kinesis Advantage and regular layouts pretty often. I haven't had an issue. That's fair. Isn't Linux on Mac a battery destroyer? I actually get pretty good battery life. I mean, my MacBook is pretty shitty, so it gets like, I don't know, 5 hours of battery, 4 hours of battery. And on Linux, I get like 3 hours and 45 minutes, so it's like a 15-20% reduction, but it's good enough. The biggest problem when I initially had it is I didn't have the fan drivers. So I hit thermal shutdown temperature too many times before I was like, maybe I should figure out how to get the fan drivers working. It turns out it's really easy, I just didn't know what I was doing. And I think I documented it in my wiki. Ubuntu on MacBook Pro. Oh, I don't think I ever did this. Maybe this is the default now. I don't know. Ubuntu on a MacBook Pro. Make a bootable USB. Set up Ecofy. Yeah, this is the thing that I forgot. Apt install MacFan CTLD. MacFan CTLD. MacFan Control D. I see. Yes. MacFan smash head on keyboard. Now the advantage will punish you for bad typing habits. You cross a column and you strike 2 keys, always resulting in a typo. I see, yeah. HHKB. HHKB. Happy hacking keyboard. Oh, my friend has one of these too. Yeah, these seem nice. Your keyboard and mouse are not RGB, and you don't have an RGB mouse pad. You live in the past. Yeah, I don't have fancy LEDs on everything. My mechanical keyboard is RGB though. It has nice things. I do have some LEDs on my computer, but I try and keep it a little bit subtle. Hey, what's up, Swift Dev? Thank you for the follow. Or Swift Dev. I didn't wear my Swift shirt today. I have a shirt that let me grab it. I have a shirt that is a 21 Pilot shirt, but it looks like the Swift logo, and so every time I wear it, people are like, "Oh, you're wearing your Swift shirt today." I'm wearing it today. Not today. I'm wearing my GitHub profile shirt today, which is the Google Play shirt. But you see my GitHub profile, you've recognized this outfit. If it ever loads, I'll have it open somewhere. Yeah, this shirt. This photo's from 2013, so long time. You saw the keyboard that is like a glove that you put your hand on and it depends on the movements you write. Oh yeah, I've seen like vertical keyboards where you type like this. It's just like, that's like crazy town to me. You'd have to be really good at typing to do those. But I cheat so much. This keyboard. What are we looking at? Wait, seriously? That's crazy. What was that? Why did it explode? Yeah, see, the problem with these is you don't get like the tactile response. Like I feel like typing on like a flat surface, you don't get like. Okay, that's enough of that. I feel like you don't like there was a demo. Oh, break my chair. There was a demo of a keyboard that was like IR projected onto a surface, and then you would like type on that. I felt like it would, like I tried it and it was really bad because you just like you don't get the response of pressing a key. Gonna peace out. Time to read. Have a good stream. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good with my last one sent. Off to do offline things. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Free typing test and go. Let's see 200 plus. Okay, I'm usually pretty garbage at these, but we'll see. We'll see. What? Do I have to backspace? That was real bad. It was real bad. Of course, I didn't understand how it worked, and I bet if I do it again, it'll be better. It's a little bit better, but still not like what I was at my peak. I mean, this mistake was kind of bullshit. This one, like, it's really hard to see this versus this. Like, normally you'd be typing directly in line, and so, like, having to look up and down kind of sucks. I wasn't really sure what they wanted there. Also, that I fucked up the last letter was great. But I don't know. This is a number I'm okay with, like 90 words per minute. In high school, I was tested at like 110 or 120, although I was typing like more predictable sentences and like something that I was thinking and writing directly into a Word document. But I don't know. If you do not fix the errors, a penalty will be added to your final. Didn't really like give me a way to do to just bypass mistakes. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, typing, yeah. What do you think about GitHub's new sponsoring program? Good night, it's Sunday. Here, I'll go to sleep. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Yoav. So sponsoring, I do think it's a good idea. I think like people should get paid for open source. Like, there's a lot of free software that happens, and companies, in some ways, take advantage of it. But I don't know. Like, I don't write open source to make money. I write it because I like writing software. If I get paid for it, that's just like an added bonus. That said, I think the way the current sponsoring implementation on GitHub is focused on individuals, and I don't think that's a good strategy. I think it needs to be like targeted at companies and organizations, and like get companies and organizations to sponsor. Because right now it's very targeted at like, oh yeah, sponsor your friend or sponsor some other programmer that you know about, and like, I don't know, individual contributions aren't going to make a dent in the cost that it takes to actually produce open source software. So I think I don't want to talk bad about it or poorly about it. I think it's a step in the right direction. I just think it's insufficient to capture all of the cases that need to be handled for open source funding. On the other hand, there's things like Tidelift, which I think are also moving in the right direction and probably satisfy the organizational side more than GitHub sponsors does. And I think this is like a good... I think Tidelift is a good step in the right direction, and their business model seems questionable, because I don't know how Tidelift makes money, but their idea seems sound. And PyTest actually recently switched to using, or start, I guess we weren't funded in any way before, but now PyTest is using Tidelift to fund their sponsorship. But we're just using the funding.yaml in GitHub, and not directly using GitHub sponsors. So this just directly works with Tidelift here. But anyway, I think, yeah, TLDR, I think GitHub's thing is going in the right direction, but I don't think it's quite captures everything that it needs to do. Also, fucking opt-in beta is really bothering me, because there's so many things that I want to opt into on GitHub, but I'm in limbo in beta for months and like never get opted in, which is kind of unfortunate. But maybe one day. Oh boy, I've lost so much in chat. Let's see. Augie, join the stream late, but if you're done with your main objective, can you discuss how you would troubleshoot seg faults with pytest-cub? I haven't even started my main objective. It's been an hour and a half of questions. But yeah, I can tell you how I would troubleshoot seg faults with pytest-cub. Let me write some crappy code that... Well, let me get through chat. Let me get through the chat backlog, and then I will make myself a backlog. Segfault, pytest-cub. Okay. Let's see. This keyword gives me an impression that it's going to break. Oh yeah, I've used one of these before. It's actually good for travel. Want to race on Type Racer? You can like join another person. Not really. I don't really want to race. I'm gonna get smoked. It'd be fun though. I struggle with one thing. Can I ask you guys here? Yeah, sure. Ask away. Google's, did you mean this feature destroy my accuracy when I type? I just don't give a fuck anymore. Oh. Why don't we all just become Microsoft employees? Yeah, then I could get opted in. I limit the limit when I use the virtual keyboard. That's the best keyword ever. Interesting. I think fast typing for programming is overrated. Some of the time you spend most of the time thinking. You don't need to type crazy fast to be productive with programming. Yeah, I think that's true. My brother types really slow, so I hope that he gets better at typing this keyword. One of these times you guys are going to send me a link and I'm just going to open it up. What? That looks cool. That looks like a typewriter. Is it loud?
A la vez, sobre todo porque cuesta unos 200 cargas de papel y que aquí se usan para hacer el scroll o bien esa palanca para hacer el instante, pero otra cosa es que sea práctico, especialmente frente a otras
crazy. Seems like this would be real popular with hipsters. Super hipster keyword. Let's see. Never mind then. Yeah, no, I'll see what I can do. 3 speed tests, 55, 65, 55. That's still pretty good. I'm terrible about writing strange words. Thanks. The thing, I have scripted projects done with Python. A number of them are still growing. I'm using VM, but some packages don't work with some versions of Python. There's VM, pipenv, virtualenv wrapper. When people manage many scripts, what is the correct way of having few Python versions just in the environment for a single project? The most recent Python 3 docs recommend VM, but I can't create environments with specific Python version if it's not installed in the system. and then your message cuts off. So I recently made a tweet about this. Just kind of my TLDR opinions about how do I use Twitter? How do I use Twitter? I don't know how to use Twitter. This one? I was replying to someone. Oh, here it is. So you basically need to use virtualenv if you ever need to use Python 2. That's the first part of this. venv is fine if you don't care about going from one Python version to another, and if you don't care about vanilla Debian, which doesn't ship with the venv module. Personally, I suggest not using pipenv. I'm not going to go into details about that. Derev was mentioned, but it has nothing to do with these things. I haven't used Poetry. But the way I manage things, at least on my computer, is I install a couple versions of Python to the system. Python 09, then 0 to 9, and then space. Yeah. So I install a couple of versions of Python to the system, so 2735, 36, 37, 38. If you're on macOS, you're kind of out of luck in doing that approach. But I have seen that, what is it called? Pyenv? I've seen that Pyenv works for some people on macOS. I haven't used it myself, so I don't have any opinions there. Although if I remember right, you just like pyenv global. Yeah, you just run pyenv global and then the version that you want to install, and it'll build it and install it into your home directory. But then beyond that, I just use virtualenv for everything. The way I set up my computer is I don't install virtualenv to the system. I have this tilde opt, which has a virtualenv inside of it, that I originally created using curl. Curl basically I use this command, which will allow me to bootstrap a virtualenv from nothing. And that's how I install all my virtualenvs from there. So that's how I manage my machine. I don't know. It can go either way. Conda. I have not used Conda, so I don't have any opinions there either. Why do you use Nano and not some other text editors like Visual Studio Code? You already asked that this stream. TLDR, I'm faster using Nano than using VS Code. Doesn't PyPA recommend pipenv? So that's actually an interesting point. They do and do not. It was added to this README, and then somebody copied and pasted it into... Why would you try pipenv in your browser? Why would that... What? It was originally written on this page and then vendored into some other PyPA document without really a discussion. But I question that it's recommended, I guess. At the end of the message, I wrote that I think using Docker would be overkill. I also agree that using Docker is overkill. On Linux, I would just system install the Pythons you care about and then use virtualenvs. I don't understand how library programmers / maintainers can get donations from normal users. Usually donations is for front-end apps and back-end stuff doesn't get exposure. I agree, totally agree. Pipx is also great for installing Python-related binaries you want on the path. Yeah, I've seen pipx be used. I just don't need it, so I don't use it. Thank you very much for your review. Yeah, don't take my opinions too factually, because I'm a bit curmudgeon-y when it comes to pipenv. I don't know. I have my own setup and it works well for me. Sweet! I fixed the docs. What did I do here? Okay, so I've written 4 lines of code this stream. Good job, me. It's not even code, it's RST. Let me make this pull request, and then I will try and get to this segfaults and how I usually debug segfaults in Python. And I can probably guess what your segfault is, because and yeah, I don't have news or issue number. I'm just gonna probably go now. Okay, cool. So actually there's a couple issues in the pytest project where I have done this debugging before. I can kind of hopefully go through. Let me close this one. Maybe I didn't do the debugging here? Maybe I didn't triage that one. Oh, I remember this one. This one was fun. There was a segfault in SymPy because they had too many methods or too many functions in a file, or too many local variables or something, and Python itself was crashing. Yeah, 3,500 plus variables for an assertion message. That was pretty awesome. In my pytest cov issue, pytest runs fine, coverage runs fine, but pytest cov blows up. This is Qt related. Interesting. So the way that I usually let me make a crappy project that has a segfault. This, yeah. Trying to remember how to make a setup tools project that has an extension. Here's one that's fine. From setup tools. Ext modules, extension, hello world, and hello world.c. Okay, so we make a hello world function which segfaults. Yay, segfaults. So let's make a test for that. Okay, so let's assume that like this hello world function should have printed this. And if we run this with pytest, it's like false. This is where I roll up my sleeves and start with GDB. GDB run python. That's not how that works. GDB python. And then run -m pytest tests, which will allow me to run the code, and then hopefully we'll get to segmentation fault. And then we can look at which frame we're in. This is non-debug Python, so we'll lose a lot of the frames here. We should see... That's weird, we don't see my code. This code here should have been my module. Or this code right here. Why didn't it build in debug mode? I'm really bad at GDB. This is usually where I would start debugging stuff. There's a flags to extension, right? Yeah, I know I want -g, but I forget where it goes in the extension. But I know this project does that, so I can look at that. Extra compile args. I don't know why I'm properly indenting this. Let me give this a name so I can uninstall it. Edible uninstall with no version control. If uninstall unknown. Hey. So will this let me do it now? Run pytest tests. Oh, it still got rid of my frame. Where did I install it? Ew. Okay, where's the GCC line? Why do I not see the install line? That's wacky. But anyway, I guess maybe this is a bad example. Am I just not seeing this? Let me copy this into... This is different compile. This is a Python compile. Oh, maybe it didn't rebuild. Here we go, it built that time. GCC, pthread, shared, blah 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 blah. Yeah, here's dash G. Maybe I just needed to rebuild it, and that was the thing. Run pytest tests. Still doesn't have it. The other option is to install the debug build of Python. And then make a virtual env using the debug build. We'll try that. Maybe that'll work better. Virtual env vm -p user ben python 3 -debug. This used to not work, but I think it works now. Virtual env used to crash when you made a VM with the debug virtual env, or debug interpreter. No module name pytest. Right. Of course not. Cool, so now we have frames. This is what I expected to see the first time, is at least this frame. But now we can see at least like what line and what file it's crashing on, and segfault. So it's crashing on line 4, which is exactly where we expected it to crash. So that's how I would do it. Do you have a specific case, like something I can clone and look at? Because I'd like to poke at this. Did you make a bug report on pytest conf maybe? IQT graph. Check out develop. Okay. I need to install NumPy, SciPy, and PySide2. Great. Oh, I'm gonna need a Fortran compiler, aren't I? I thought SciPy had wheels. Yeah, there's many Linux wheels. I'm installing 130. Oh, I have a debug build. That's gonna build these from source. No. Sorry for the typos. I have a crying baby in my lap. Yeah, don't worry about it. These builds are probably gonna fail. They're also going to use up all my CPU. Because I don't think I have Fortran compiler. Yeah, I don't. So these are going to fail. But let's try and see if I can do this without a debug build. because I don't want to build NumPy from source. Nobody has time for that. Hey, what's up, Vanyanar? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Most of the contributors to that library are way out of our depth. We'll see. I mean, don't give me the praise before I actually try and see if it's fixable. What was the command? Pytest -cov pyqtgram -sv. Oh my goodness, what is going on? It blows up at the end. Perfect. That was pretty crazy. And you're saying if I just run the test by itself. It's a good thing that test doesn't load ~/porn. Yeah. I think you just hacked the mainframe. These tests are pretty crazy. Pytest pyqtgram -sv. So without coverage, this doesn't. Did I spell that wrong? pyqtgraph. Wait. What did I run here? Oh. Shit. So you're saying that... Oh, this is like faults for me also. Without pytest cov. It also seg faults faster. If I uninstall pytest cov, let's see if that... Maybe it's still using pytest cov, but... yeah, that seems easier to reproduce. GDB python run -m pytest pyqtgraph -sv. Oh, of course, it doesn't crash when I'm looking at it. Awesome. Thanks, GDB. Seems like a flaky failure. Run pytest cov pyqtgraph -sv. This is the one that you said was consistently failing. Oh, we got a seg fault. Oh, it's never good when you see a dealloc causing a seg fault. Oh wait, maybe it's up here. View graphics scene clear. Shiboken 2 is a PySide 2 dependency. But yeah, seeing crashes and destructors is always sad times, because it usually means that somewhere else in the program has done something naughty, and this is just the first time that it happened to find that like an overwrite or a overrun or something like that. I wonder what this frame is, though. Unfortunately, I would need a debug build. It planted a bomb in the memory. Yeah, that's essentially how it works. Yeah, that's why like seeing destructors with GDB is often sad times, because you don't really know. This is kind of like the thing I was mentioning earlier with the same sort of problem that I was mentioning earlier with subprocess on Windows. With the like someone poisons the environment with a Unicode character. Like this is kind of the same sort of bug where like one part of your program pisses on memory and then later when you call a destructor it explodes. Someone on the group is able to get dash cub to pass with the fish shell. I'm pretty sure it's just like an unlikely pass or unlikely failure, and it's just more likely to happen in yes. It's just more likely to happen in coverage for some reason. So it's probably just like luck. Like RNG. Like I think this time it passed. Oh no, it segfaulted again. This time it segfaulted in which function? Yeah, see, this is a different trace. So it's really just like something bad is happening and something happens to catch it. This is a different deallocator. But there's probably some code that's I mean, we found 2 traces. I bet we can find a bunch more. I bet we can get it to pass if we run it enough times. And we also saw that like it can also crash without coverage. It's probably just more likely to crash with coverage, probably because it uses more heap or something like that. PyQt graph -sv. These tests though, they're pretty wild. Yeah, that one's segfaulted. It seems this test has caused at least two of the crashes so far. And this is in the same destructor there. We do it again. Have you used R2? It is way better than GDB. I have not. I have used DDD. What am I looking at here? Fancy. I've used DDD, which is a slightly graphical but still pretty janky debugger. It at least shows you like more stuff that's going on. Huh, so this is consistent now, more consistently crashing in this place. I wonder if we delete pycs and then run this again. Oh, let me make sure it's the same trace. Yeah, it's still the same trace. But I bet we can get a different trace if we try a couple of times. Considering we can't get the crash to occur with pyQt5, a different Qt binding, would it be fair to say the bug is with pyside 2? It might be. Let me look at what this test does, because it seems to be pretty consistent in there. Test table widget. There's also GDB Python. What does GDB Python do? I've never used GDB Python. GDB. Bugging with GDB. Py-bt. Undefined py-bt. Okay, well, so much for that. But yeah, this is probably going to be a wild goose chase through the whole program. Like I wonder, I bet, what if we can get this test to pass by itself? Yeah, so this test passes by itself, so it's probably some other test. Oh, I bet, I wonder, I know what we could do. We could find like all of the tests and pairwise find which one crashes. We do it again. Kind of like bisect which test is causing the two to crash. With all the test functions. Let's see. Xargs replace pytest. Dash cov. I'll put it in bash. Dash c. Pytest cov. Pyqt graph. Dash k. This or. What was the test that we saw the seg fault in? This one. Legit. Dash SV. Or echo. Like this. Oh, actually, when I saw this seg fault up here, was it before or after it wrote out that the test passed? Because it might just be that as the process is tearing down, it's crashing. Oh yeah, so it's just as the process is tearing down. That's even trickier. So it's not actually this test that's causing the problem. It's just the process terminating. Oh, and some of the tests fail on my computer, I guess. So maybe I should Control C this. I want to look for a specific exit code, I assume. That seems fun. Yeah, we expect test to fail. Great. Trying to figure out what something exits when it seg falls. This is the simplest seg fault, right? Invalid type of unary star. Oh. These pop-ups keep coming and I keep typing keys into them, and so it's throwing off my Wait, that succeeded? Why did this succeed? I want you to crash. I know I'm doing undefined behavior. Okay, exits 139. Okay, cancel this. Cancel this. So it's not running anymore. I can get rid of dash S and dash V. Or if this is equal to 139, then echo this. we can try and run that. Oh. If there's not a syntax error. FI. That moan excites me. Oh boy. You can use pytest xvfb to hide them. Interesting. What's up, Mindful Fox? What's your question marks about? Yeah, let me install pytest xvfb. xvfb. So that I can do other stuff while this runs. I need xvfb installed. Alright, I will install xvfb. A gnarly one-liner. It's not that hard to understand. Like, I'm taking each function, and then I'm replacing it in this command. And then this command is running pytest cov of this. -k is selecting that test, or this table widget test. Then I send all the output of that to dev null. If it exits, then I check if the exit code is 139 and print the function. It's not that crazy. Actually, I should make sure that we still get the segfault if I have xvfb. Okay, I do. It's just at the end of the test case, so it's when the process is getting torn down. Unfortunately, the worst types of bugs. Okay, so I'm gonna let that run. But since you probably have more time than I do, you can probably use a debug build of Python and find. Oh, but you can't. You're still not gonna be able to find where the bat object gets instantiated. Yeah, this one's gonna be. It's gonna be a tough one, bud. And probably start like trying to find. Oh. We found some tests that are causing seg faults. Does this one cause a seg fault by itself? What's the other test called? Table widget. Why is my bash bad? This bash looks fine. How do I put colors to print? So you can send these special escape sequences to your terminal emulator. This one does yellow, for instance. I think this one is red. Nope, green. And this one is red. But yeah, this special character, or this sequence here, which is this octal escape, and then... Oh, okay, here's actual segmentation faults. I don't know what these are about. This must just be bad bash. But this dumped, so that's good. In theory, if I run this, it should segfault again. That one segfaults even earlier. but get array region. But I think this is probably your best bet, is this seems to be the easiest command to get this to reproduce, and so hopefully you can take this and build a minimal test case, and then pause due to what? So both of those commands segfault for me, and they seem pretty consistent on their segfaulting. This one segfaults before teardown, and this one segfaults at teardown, it looks like. GD Python run. Yeah, so that's in that one. What was the other one? This here. Run. Yes. Start from the beginning. Thank you, Pragma99, for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh, they're both dying in this same teardown. Would you mind if I tagged you in the GitHub issue? Not to get extra support, but acknowledge your help. Yeah, sure, go for it. If you want the terrible one-liner that I used. So this was one of the one-liners I used. And this was the other one-liner that I used. But yeah, feel free to steal all that, and we're a case of blind leading the blind. Amazing. Quit. Yes, go away. Okay. But hopefully that gives you guys some stuff to go off of. I'm gonna actually write some code now. Hopefully. Let me close some tabs to get back to where we were. I wonder if my patch got merged. Probably not. Probably not. No one reviews code fast enough. Oh, and CI failed? What? But I built the docs. What the fuck am I looking at? I don't know what I'm looking at here, but whatever. That's for future me to deal with. Your investigation skills are impressive. Well, thank you. I like to think it's one of the things I'm good at. Maybe not the rest of the programming stuff, but at least like triage. I'm reasonably good at finding root causes. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Although a lot of this is just like tools that people have taught me over the years on how to think about these types of problems, or like how to deal with them. Like most of my GDB has been from debugging student code in college. Or I guess maybe that's not true. I don't think I used GDB back then. I think I used Visual Studio. Yeah, I definitely used Visual Studio back then, so it wasn't then. Probably the first time I got into GDB was with this project, which is libsass Python, or at least using GDB to debug Python. Was this project, which is a big ol' C binding to a C++ project. This file should probably not be called .cpp because this doesn't actually contain any C++ code. It's entirely C. So, should probably fix that up at some point. But I've broken this library in so many different ways, and GDB is basically the only way I've been able to figure that out. But I think like a lot of the learning here has been from other people showing me tips and tricks. Like I used to not know Xargs at all, and then somebody taught me Xargs, and it basically changed my world. What is going on here? Merge it then, bud. Right, so the thing that I wanted to work on today is to get Pluggy, unrevert my revert, and then get this working with the latest version of import lib metadata. What chair do you have? That is a good question. I think I bought it on Amazon. So let me look through my Amazon orders. Orders. Chair. Apparently I purchased... Is this the same chair? It looks the same. I assume it's the same. This is the chair that I have. It's okay. It's not great. I have other chairs in my order list, which, that I liked more. Is this the one that I liked more? I don't even remember. This one. Oh, that's the same chair. Apparently I've bought this chair more than once. I think this was the one that I liked more. Same, like, idea, though. Yeah, this was definitely the one that I liked more. Unfortunately, my favorite chair I bought at a like, actual store that went out of business. And haven't been able to find one that I've liked as much since. This one was good. I had this chair in college, I think. Let's see, when did I purchase this? June 2013. No, this must have been when I moved to California. Oh. I don't know. That's my chair. Yeah, so let's start by reverting this branch first. Reverting the revert. Not pyupgrade. Pluggy. And then it's a merge. I have to revert with -M1, because that'll revert the merge. Would you buy a Herman Miller chair? Are those like super expensive ones? I mean, I like chairs, but I don't think I like chairs that much. Where's the like desk chairs? Herman Miller. Office chairs. So someone at work has an Aeron, and I really don't like it. It doesn't feel good. I don't like it. An ergonomic revolution! No, it's bullshit. It's not a great chair. Or I don't like it. I'm not saying it's not a great chair, I just don't like it. But I have sat in this chair, and I do like this chair. This was the chair that I sat in at Yelp, because I stole it out of an office room. Not the shorter version, though. I had this, like, high back version. How much is it? Do I want to know how much this chair costs? Fucking just tell me where I can buy it! This button? Holy shit, there's no way that someone spent this much on a chair. There's no way. This is also not the same chair. There's no way I would spend this much money on a chair. I would buy a car instead. That's fucking insane. I swore it was this chair now. Maybe they bought it secondhand or something. So there's this fun thing about the Bay Area in that, like, startups will spend a bunch of money on fancy office equipment, and then they'll go out of business, and then you can just buy, like, secondhand office equipment, and super cheap and super nice. And so often you can just find, like, really good office equipment. But I don't know. I'm pretty cheap, so I just buy my shit on Amazon. This is your current chair. You should get a better chair, man. You don't even have armrests. How do you do this? That seems uncomfortable, but also maybe really comfortable. Is it just like a brace that holds you up? Seems cool. Interesting. But yeah, I'm not spending $2,000 on a freaking chair. There's no way. But oh no, I missed my chair at Yelp. I stole it from an office room. Then when we moved, it was gone, so I couldn't get it back. Conflicts. Fuck. This is wrong. This is not even the right syntax. This doesn't work. I'm gonna merge that branch on master. That way I don't have this conflict. I have the merge bit. pytest plugin. That way I don't have to deal with this conflict. Abuse of powers? Maybe a little bit. See, now it reverts cleanly. We're all good. I'm using this sofa's taller version. Ooh, that looks comfy. That looks real comfy. This is to make a meme. Alright, meme time. This just looks so funny. Oh, that's good. Alright, so now I need to find which version my egg change landed in. Git? Python devs. Yeah, there we go. Git describe contains this. 0.12. What changed after that I should be aware of? 12. Added support for eggs. Cool. Local distribution. What did that do? Get the distribution instance for the package in the working directory. I don't think that's useful. Hey, what's up, Rashab? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. What project are you working on? I am working on pytest, which is a testing framework for Python. And in particular, I'm working on reverting a revert in this module, which is the plugin. What do they call it? The plugin system that pytest uses. And I'm converting it from using package resources, which is the resource API that setup tools uses. I'm converting it from package resources to import lib metadata. And import lib metadata is the new standard lib library. Standard library. That has a backport that is faster than using package resources, and so that's why I'm switching to it. And it should improve pytest startup by as much as about 300 milliseconds, which is the goal. I spent way more than like 3,000 seconds working on this, but that 300 milliseconds is going to be super, super great. But right now I'm looking at the changelog to make sure fix docs. Fix docs, fix docs. Okay, so I need greater than or equal to 0.12. And in theory, this should be enough to make this work. The problem is I want to somehow reproduce the the situation that I had before. I don't know about that. My eyes. Okay, I'm gonna open this link off screen. What? What? What is this? Why is there a bucket? What is the bucket for? Why is it a double chair? I'm not gonna... Oh. I'm not gonna think too hard about that. 300 milliseconds, yeah. It's gonna be real good. The best thing in that is that page is called OrtoWeb, and Argentina Orto is ass. That's great. Alright, we're gonna close that. Cool, so now I need to somehow reproduce the problem and then show that it's fixed. Is this how I make an egg? Hey, there's an egg there. But now I need to make eggs for everything else too. Or I can cheat. What are you doing? Okay. 3 hours and I made 63 lines of code. Shows how you make eggs. Yeah, here we go. How fast can you type? So I did a typing test earlier in the stream and I only hit 90 words a minute. Though I suspect some of that was the weird environment and I not being able to look at what I was typing while I was reading. In the past, I've tested it like 110 or 120. But nowadays, I guess it's closer to like 90. But 90 is still pretty fast, so I'm not too sad about that. pytest runner. I think this is what I want. Try this. What could go wrong? If I remember right, setup tools makes this .eggs directory, so if I pre-populate it with an egg, maybe that'll make things. What are eggs? So eggs are an old type of Python distribution, which is a zip archive. And if we unzip it, unzip tilde workspace pluggy x.egg star.egg. If we unzip it, this is what the structure looks like. It has an egg info at the top and then Python files inside of it, and PyC files. This used to be a way to distribute Python packages that were pre-built, but it predates eggs by a bunch of it. They're kind of gross. but they're super deprecated. You're not supposed to use them anymore. However, setup tools, setup requires uses eggs and doesn't really give you a choice. Snakes lay eggs. Do they? Does the Wikipedia article actually mention python eggs? No. Egg disambiguation. Python. No. Okay. Good. Science and technology. Egg file format. This is a different egg file format. Not the Python egg. There's more than one egg. Oh no. Have you ever been interested in ethical hacking? I don't know what part of hacking is ethical. You mean like security research? I do like to break stuff and break into stuff. But I've mostly stopped doing that so I don't get in trouble. I used to basically spend every Friday trying to find XSS vulnerabilities and stuff. But I've learned that that is a good way to get in trouble, so I'm not going to do that anymore. Hey, look, we got eggs. And did it leave my pluggy egg? I think it left my pluggy egg. Yeah, pluggy 0.11.1 dev21. It works. Hey, what's up, Chagus F? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Sounds like a lit Friday night. The worst was a lot of the stuff that we were trying to find XSS vulnerabilities in was Yelp while I worked at Yelp. And so, yeah, the number of like P0s, we found a security problem on Friday, were not good. Not great. Oof, yeah. But yeah, I think this is good to go. I will put my reproduction that I found, or that I did, in my description. Hey, what's up, Super Beer 1994? Thank you for the follow. Man, Super Beer, that's such a great name. 94, that was the year my sister was born. I create an egg of pluggy by running this. Next, I created a small project which uses pytest runner. I should call it food test. Food test.py. Then I seeded my egg into... That sounds wrong. I'm just gonna leave it into... Damn it, Anthony, every Yelp employee probably. Yeah, that happened a lot. except everyone called me Ace Tilly, so it was, damn it, Ace Tilly. And why'd you do this again? cp dist star.egg into .eggs. Then I ran python setup.py. I made sure it didn't download a new egg for Pluggy. Here's the output of that. Stop writing security bugs and I'll stop reporting them. Yeah, I should have. Ooh, the spice there. Yeah, that's pretty good. There's so much output here, so I'm gonna try and trim it down. Fix by more this garbage. Called import lib metadata egg. And oh, don't do that. Alright, I fixed the .egg problem upstream, so we can try this again. I validated the fix works by doing the following. First, I created an egg of pluggy by running python setup.py pytest egg. Next, I created a small project which uses pytest runner called wat appropriately. Then I seeded the egg, my egg, into the directory which setup tools installs into. Then I ran python setup.py pytest. I made sure it didn't download a new egg for pluggy. Here's the output of that. I just reused my egg. Seeded my egg, yeah. we're gonna leave it at that. Change the position of your chair, you are very curved. Yeah, I have terrible posture. I should really sit like this, which is much better for my back, but I tend to do this and lean back and slouch and do this, and I don't know, I have terrible posture. It's gonna bite me one day, but until that day, I'm just gonna deal with it. But yeah, so that's this part of that stream. Engineers who code with perfect posture scare the shit out of me. Yeah. They know things that we don't know. Oh, I guess I should link this to the other PRs. $199, $205, $206. Originally introduce. Converted in 206 to fix 205. Should go to these three and mention some stuff. I've reapplied this in 215. Sweet. YOLO. I lower my chair to the altitude of my monitor and it forces me to be right. My chair doesn't go any lower. This is as low as it goes. Which, like, from an ergonomic perspective, I think I probably need to be higher, maybe? So that although then I can really slouch, so no, probably not that. Whole channel lowers their monitors. Yeah. My monitor is basically as low as it goes. But yeah, that's this thing that I wanted to do. So that's that. The next thing that I wanted to work on, which is in pyupgrade. Let me close some tabs. Need these anymore. Oh, I guess I don't. Oh, no. That's not what I wanted. Yes, I'm gonna go hangouts with some of my friends. Now and okay to ask a simple Python how-to? Yeah, go ahead, ask questions whenever you want. I'm totally happy to spend the entire stream on tangents because I think that is fun and it engages users. So you don't have to ask, just ask away, and I'll happily answer questions. When I standing desks, I do have a standing desk at work. I've used it a couple of times. The problem is when I'm in a standing desk, I spend the whole time just dancing, and that can't be better than sitting still. Like, yeah. Let's see, I need the equivalent of env-i. I'm using easy process to call a program and I don't want its environment to have the environment that the Python script has. I've never used easy process. I know how to do it with sub process, but let me see the API for easy process and see if I can give you a code example. I already have a directory called T. Great. Easy process looks like you take a string. Always irks me a little bit. I hope it's at least. And this is how I would do it. Okay, we'll try this. Capital module name, lowercase module name. Perfect. So I'm guessing this matches up with the subprocess API. Easy process, import easy process. So if we easy process dash. Thank you, Modderzoo, for the follow. Every follow counts. Let's just do a simple env sort in a set process. So if we run that right now, dot standard error. Cool. So we run that right now. We inherited all of the environment from my process. Hope that doesn't mean anything. Oh no, I'm being taken over by ice. So this inherits all of the environment by default, but it looks like what you can do here is pass env as a dictionary, and this should actually fail. Oh no, it does work. Oh, because of the default path. Let's put an X here so you can see what's going on. Apparently you can't send standard out to standard error. So here's essentially the equivalent. The trick is to pass the env keyword argument to your easy process call. You can directly call env without bash. Yes, you can, but I wanted to sort the output. Env by default I don't think sorts. Yeah, you just get things in random ass order, which isn't super helpful. But I wanted to do this. Pastebin for that for me because I'm lazy. Yes, happy to do so. There you go. Yeah, happy to help. Yeah, I actually just use the subprocess module directly because I find it easy enough. Oh no, what is this link? I'm very confused why you sent me this. What? But yeah, I use subprocess directly. It's not bad. Like check call, and if you can use Python 3.5 plus subprocess.run is pretty great. But anyway. Parameter. Huh, that's cool. Did not know about that. But yeah, this is what I wanted to implement today. I don't know how much I'll get through it. But the idea is to have pyupgrade automatically factor out these PY2 branches. And like dedent the code properly and remove the else blocks and do some logic around that. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and work on. Enhancements. Wow, I only have 4 labels on this project. I guess that's all I really need. Bug, feature, please help, and you asked a question. So yeah, let's go over how I would do that. Put some of these tabs. Oh shit, did I push this branch to the wrong place? I bet I pushed this branch to the wrong place. Dang it! I meant to push this to my fork, but instead I pushed it to the upstream. Oh well. It ran it's gonna run the test twice, but... oh well. That's the problem. When people give me the merge bit, I forget to push to my own fork. But what are you gonna do, I guess? Okay, so let's start by writing some tests. So we have fixed 6, we have fixed native literals. What do we have down here? Fix f strings, okay. We're gonna add a new function here. Fix PY2 blocks. So we're just going to start with the most basic case. Which is just a block here that we're going to delete entirely. And then we'll go from there. Fix pi3 plus equals expected. And we run the tests. We install pytest and run the tests. I'm installing AST pretty because that's a debug tool that I'll probably use at some point. We see that we don't get anything. Or this test doesn't work, which is what we expected. Okay. So from the AST's perspective, we have an if statement, and we'll be looking at the test attribute, and it has no else. Although we'll have to handle else specially later, I guess. We'll see. And we look at the tokenization. If 6.py2, we get a dedent token. That's actually super useful. What happens if do we get 2 dedent tokens here? Yeah, we get a dedent token here. Stallman's bot. Oh. Who wrote this bot? This is so good. This is great. Oh, come on. Should have said GNU/Windows. Oh, that's great, yeah. Put it up on GitHub, share it on Discord. Oh, that's great. Oh, it's clever. Actually, maybe I should just add it to my bot. You want me? I can just add it to my bot. Not to diminish that you put effort into this. I just want to see if I can add it to mine. Oh, Nano with an exclamation mark. Okay, we'll fix those bugs. How did this bot thing work before? Okay, so we have a handler here. Handler. Oh wait, that's the ping handler. We want to do handle message. Oh, I never finished this. Oh well. Here we go. Handle message nano. We'll just nano links Windows GNU please. How does response work? Oh, by default it's none. Okay. Okay. So response. Let's actually put this tab over here so that we can watch the bot. Boo, I don't get praised. Unix/nano. Oh, it should praise you if you did GNU/nano. Yes, definitely. Explicit none return. Oh, I didn't do anything yet. Do you mean this, the return annotation? It's just a type annotation. So now if we type nano, we should get a breakpoint. Although if you guys type nano again, we'll get another breakpoint. Match.group. I think I'm on group 5. Group 4 is the, or group 3 is the message, the full message. Someone type nano. Do it again. Unhandled type error, C logs. Yeah. Someone type nano. Oh, but something more than nano, like nano with other words. Dang it. Like this. Match.groups. Okay, so the third one is the message. Okay, so if GNU slash word equals match.group for if GNU slash word in message or in match.group 3. Think this will work. Response match. Please, it's GNU slash. Alright, let's try that. Sorry about all the BB quits. Okay. Now we type nano. Please, it's Oh, it didn't love me. Love me, bot. Why didn't you love me? Is Slash not considered a word-breaking character, maybe? Nano, Linux... Yeah, that matched. What? FNU/nano, yeah. XGeotrack says, "What's up, man? What are you making?" I was making something, and then somebody showed me their really cool bot. Babe Angela says, "What's the difference between nano and GNU/nano?" It's kind of a joke. Let me get to this one first. So, GNU Linux. So, there's some very pedantic people that, if you say the word Linux, particularly Richard Stallman will say that, yeah, here we go. For a peculiar turn of events, let me make the text bigger. For a peculiar turn of events, the version of GNU which is widely used today is often called Linux, and many of its users are not aware that it is the GNU system developed by the GNU project. So you should call it GNU/Linux is the TLDR. And at least to me, this has become like kind of a meme. And so I like to put GNU/ in front of things just to be funny. But Nano is a GNU project, so it's actually GNU Nano. So that's where the joke comes from. And so I'm trying to make the bot reply to Nano with, excuse me, you should have used GNU Nano. And XGeotrack, hopefully that also answers your question as well. I'm so far behind on chat. This is what happens when you make a bot. Oh, Anthony Wright's CodeBot comes from... I wrote it. I actually wrote it on stream a while back. It is this repository, github.com/Anthony Wright's code/Twitch chatbot. It was my excuse to write async IO in order to learn it, I guess. So it's my crappy IRC bot that I wrote. But anyway, I start that in chat whenever chat starts. It has a few commands, not too many so far. But yeah, and it currently has oh hi and uptime, and there's another hidden command where if you say ping, it'll reply with hello. Ooh, that's tricky. I don't think it replies to more than one command at once, though. But yeah, I don't know why it's not matching this when I said GNU/nano. But let me look at the code. Missing the ping command in help. Yeah, the ping command is kind of sneaky secretive. If GNU/word, it's weird. Should have. Should generate multiple replies like this. Oh, fancy. Why do I feel like yours is less shitty than mine? Hey, what's up, XGeotrek? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh man, chat is so hard to follow with everyone. But yeah, I don't know why it's not falling to this branch. Because it's clearly like not responding when I did GNU/nano. Like it's definitely not hitting that. Yeah, unhandled. So this regex is not matching at all. Handle message. Oh. Message prefix. Okay, so it has to have a dot slash there. That's what it is. So that should fix it. And so now if you say GNU/nano, it'll say yes! GNU/. Oh, I guess you guys can't see this because it's off screen. Well, you can see it because you have chat open. Why do you use nano? Are you a noob? Please, it's G. Oh, I like this. I'm very, very happy about this. Oh, weird. Why doesn't bang ping nano match it? Broke my bot again. Now my bot is replying to your bot. Great. I don't hate Nano, I just want to see it agree with me. If Nano sucks, Vim is better. You're right. You're definitely right. Oh, now you're trying to break it again. Here we go. Here we go with the breakage. I'm pretty sure yeah. This isn't necessary here, but definitely... Oh, where did the chat window go? This one. Oh, it must just match these by precedence. So if it sees... I'm kind of surprised that it didn't do this one, though. Like bang ping nano? Oh, I know why. Because I have a special handler. Oops. I have a special handler for any bang followed by a word character, which has higher precedence than this one. That's why I didn't match that. Ping. Oi, hola, soy un bot que habla español. I'm a bot that speaks Spanish. Yes, today it is a bot that speaks Spanish. But anyway, thank you for your idea, B. I'm sorry I stole it. Oh wait, is it supposed to be capitalized? Is that what it does? Is it GNU/Linux, or can it be GNU lowercase Linux? These are all capitalized. Maybe I should capitalize it. Ping, I'm a useless bot. Yeah, my bot is pretty useless. Oh wait, there's an extra comma in my code. Should not be a comma here. Ping HTTP 418. Pong HTTP 418. Yes, my bot is now a T-bot. Surprise, surprise. I think I'll shut my bot down. Enough free software for today. That's good. Anyway, thanks for the idea. Sorry I just kind of stole it. I guess I can commit that and push it. I have a swap file here, which means I was using Vim. Oh yeah, I was working on this, but I never got it to work properly. So we'll do a partial commit where I don't stage the subscribers. but I do stage the GNU message. Add GNU message handler. This spot is as useful as port 7. What does the arrow do? I'll show you in one sec. Restart the bot. So in Python 3, they added type annotations. These are new in Python 3.6. We'll talk about those in a sec. But what the type annotations do is it allows you to annotate the type of parameters. So in this case, this config parameter is of type capitalized config, which is what this colon means here. And this arrow here is saying this function will return optional str. However, these type annotations don't actually do anything. They're basically just comments. So at runtime, they don't really do much. That said, they can still cause crashes at runtime. So like, if you have a function which say f returns a g, even though it's like this g doesn't affect the runtime, if I try and run that, I'll get a crash on g not being defined. Fortunately, they've realized this is probably going to be a problem, so they added from future import annotations, which is new in Python 3.7, and what that does, is it changes the annotation to be a string instead of the class G. It's supposed to be used for forward references and basically like eventual type consistency, I guess. It's supposed to make it so that you can do something like this. So you can forward reference G before it exists, because at this point in the program, G does not exist. 3.7. But if I were to run this in Python 3.6, it crashes because G is not yet defined. But if you need to support Python 3.6, you can just put quotes around it. It works the same way. But anyway, that's forward references and that sort of thing. And what the arrow means here. How does the decorator and handler work in Python? Okay, yeah, so I have a decorator here called handle message, and decorator is just syntax sugar for, let's say I didn't have the decorator here. That is just syntax sugar for command oh hi equals handle message oh hi, and then passed in command oh hi. So this decorator is really just syntax sugar for a function which automatically calls this function and then changes the symbol. In this case, my handle message decorator, what that does here, handle message. What handle message does is it takes a message prefix string and returns a callable that takes a callback and returns a callback. And a callback, in this case, just... Oh, this is so fucking complicated. This is a super over-engineered IRC bot, but... Basically, what it's doing is a side effect is it appends to this handlers list, which I then use as a multiple dispatch mechanism so that I can find the first handler that matches a regular expression and return it. But anyway, that's what this particular decorator does. I think my brother's notes actually have something about this, because I taught him this recently. the at is a decorator. If you have at foo def bar, it's equal to this. Yeah, I guess I explained it the same way each time. But anyway, these are some common decorators. The reason I showed him decorators at all is I gave him this snippet of code and he's like, what the fuck is static method? I was like, oh, it's a decorator. Oh, I guess I have to explain decorators now. But anyway. Do you write with home row? What does that mean? The only home row I know is about, yeah, the home row of the keyboard. What do you mean by home row, Geotrick? Who killed Stallman bot? B turned it off because I implemented it in my bot. We don't need both of them. But we could start it back up on the Discord probably. Because there's no bot that runs on Discord right now. Do I type with the home run style? Yes, I do touch type. However, I cheat. I use these two fingers to do most of my typing. But for the most part, I try and touch type. I used to be better at it, but now I cheat a lot. How do you kill him? I'm going to replace him. Oh no. Do you mean the Stallman bot? Oh, kill dash 9. Did you register a Twitch account just so you could have Stallman bot? It's pretty good. Dedent. Indentation levels of consecutive lines are used to generate indent and dedent tokens. Here's an example of correctly though confusingly indented pieces of Python code. Oh, buddy. This is a tab character? No, it's a bunch of spaces. Maybe this line's ignored? Indent 4, indent a bunch. Dedent. One space indents. No. All I know about tokenization is the first token comes to Python parser is the encoding information. That's only true in Python 3. In Python 2, it does not get that. And the yard people are here. Yeah, so in Python 3 you get an encoding token, but in Python 2 you do not. There's no encoding token. So slightly different. Who the fuck cares about Python 2? It's fair. It's fair. You can not care about Python 2. I only care about Python 2 until I don't have to maintain any code in it, and then I will happily discard it, because I'm sick of supporting Python 2. But until that day, I'm going to continue supporting it. Unfortunately. Okay, so I wrote a test case, which is basically just this block, and then it should delete all the code in Py3+ mode. And I'm gonna start trying to identify this type of code pattern, and then delete it. PyQt graph supports Python 2. We support some ancient bindings of Qt also. Our test matrix is comical. Is it on? Do you guys use like Travis CI for that? PyQ. I typed Py2 graph. Great. I guess you don't test all of your runners. Oh, check out talks.ini. Oh boy. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. PyTests is pretty out there too. Hey, what's up, Index96? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. You changed your color. Yes, you did, Tati. You were red before for me, and now you're green. Interesting. Yeah, but PyTests talks is also pretty... I mean, it's less crazy. This is most of the oddball out ones. We have a bunch of like different ways you can run very specific tests. But anyway, crazy build matrices. I feel ya. Oh yeah, the use by. So GitHub acquired. It doesn't show up for this one. It doesn't show up for all the projects. I haven't figured out why some have it and some don't. Yeah, this use by is new. The way it works is based on this dependency graph thing, and it uses setup.py and why is my project listed first? That seems weird. Oh, no, I see. My project is a dependent. I see. Or it's depending on my project. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? But yeah, dependence, it just like parses requirements.txt and such. But it's kind of new. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for pre-commit. I made a support issue, but it's related to GitHub acquires Dependabot, which automates dependency updates. But I assume as part of that, they also integrated their ability to scan more different dependency types. There wasn't that before. Hey, what's up, Metal NC? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. I only have one Python code 2 on the internet. I'm keeping that because it's the first code I wrote. I don't know why I put that here. As far as I can remember, some cool guy in the Ubuntu forum suggested that. Nice. Oh, it's like a menu that does a bunch of different stuff. Cool. Tabs. Interesting choice. But yeah, not bad. My first Python code was pretty trash. I did not know any better. Your bit on Azure Pipelines on Twitter convinced me to figure out how to use it for PyQt graph. Interesting. Yeah, it has saved me, like, Azure Pipelines has saved me so much time. Like, the amount of, like, time waiting for either AppFair or Travis to crunch through my build pipeline is kind of crazy. But now that Azure Pipelines has 10 parallel runners, it's way better. Jay asks, do I have any bad habits? I have probably a lot of bad habits. Nano is one of my bad habits. I slouch my chair. That's probably another one that's gonna kill me one day. don't know. I have a lot of bad habits. Some of them I probably... Some of them I probably don't notice, which is probably the worst. Why do I get this error? Attribute error model has no attribute which. You're probably on Python 2 before shutil.which exists, if I had to guess. Shutil.which is new in like Python 3.4? Which? No, new in Python 3.3, so you must be running Python 2, if I had to guess. How do you recommend going about teaching someone object-oriented programming? It's just second nature for me at this point, but I have a hard time explaining it to others. Ooh, yeah. So I'm about to teach my brother some object-oriented programming. We haven't quite gotten to it yet. I introduced like classes to him recently, and some of it was like talking about how classes are a way to create an outside interface for other stuff. And he kind of understood that like it's a way to kind of hide away implementation detail and kind of like he hasn't used the word encapsulation yet, but I think he kind of understands like why someone would do that. Then again, I also told him like you probably don't want to use classes except just like sparingly, or interfacing with other people's libraries. Like for the most part, you can get away with mostly writing functions for everything. But yeah, I think like the biggest thing to kind of describe well when talking about object-oriented programming is like state and state changes and like implementation detail. I think those are the valuable things that you can get out of object-oriented programming. I myself like immutable objects. I don't really like traditional object-oriented programming, but that's just me. Which reminds me of this this thing that I brought up on stream a couple of times. It's one of my favorite, like totally not like totally serious, but at the same time like, oh my god. So this is the anti-if campaign, which basically says that you should never write if statements. Avoid dangerous ifs. And basically suggests that you use objects instead of if statements. And then it goes on to show some like really shit examples, like, oh, look at this terrible looking code because it's indented wrong. Now granted, like this is probably a switch on type, which again, fine, maybe not your best case of if statements, but like I don't think this one bad example is a reason to delete all your if statements. Oh, and then their other example down here is even better. They've just like randomly commented out bracketed structures to make the code more confusing and like indented improperly and like, what, are you gonna tell me for loops are bad too? Just like randomly commented out curly braces. I don't know. Just think this is funny. The worst part is like all of these suckers have signed up for this anti-if campaign, and the even worse part is this guy runs workshops and he charges 575 euros to see his fucking workshop. Like, man, I wish I could have 600 euro workshops that show you how to use if statements. Like damn. This is dead serious. Yeah, this is dead serious. It is not a joke. That's the worst part, is that this is dead fucking serious. This is also the same guy that made the like Pomodoro technique thing. Just like the clock that tells you to stand up and not work on stuff or whatever. I don't know. But this one I can agree with, I guess. But yeah, this dude's dead serious. Crazy motherfucker. His website looks really nice too, which is the other like kind of unfortunate part. Like either he paid someone or is actually a good web developer. Yes, for loops are bad. Use while and counters. What is your take on functional programming? I've been playing with Elixir and really liking it. To be honest, I haven't written in a functional language, so I'd like to say that I would like the ideas of like immutability and functions everywhere, but I haven't done enough functional programming to actually answer that. So unfortunately, I like plus 0, I guess. I don't know enough to have an opinion. If someone had told me they were anti-if, I would have thought they would be high-performance computers. This is just insane. Yeah. But even then, like, multiple, or like, functional dispatch isn't necessarily faster or slower than an if statement. If statements are evil, if statements killed my brother. Yeah. I mean, I guess any software that kills someone probably ran an if statement. So that means if statements are evil. Better watch out, or an if statement's gonna get you. I'm really sorry for your brother, but not every if statement is the same. Is there an if statement in the code? So that's the best part. I looked up his code on GitHub, and there's like, oh look, we found an if statement. Wow. This is copy paste from Shopify though. What is this code? This is Google Analytics. Yeah, so there's a couple if statements. Shopify, Google Analytics. Oh man, I remember when it was called Urchin, way back in the day. Do you have your own JavaScript? What is currencies.js? Oh boy, this is big. Oh, probably because I had this zoomed in. Maybe? No? Shopify. That's weird, why did it redirect? Unless this is a Shopify. No, it's not. Weird. But yeah, he doesn't have any code on there. But yeah, his GitHub has if statements, so he's just a filthy hypocrite. There's some software that avoids ifs. Yeah, but like you'd be better off like trying to avoid malloc than trying to avoid if, I guess. Which there are like libraries that are intentionally written so they don't malloc. Like there's a malloc free cell implementation. There's some SSL that doesn't use heaps. I forget which one it is. It's SSL implementation. But anyway. For example, they report an error just to cancel it a few instructions later. Just more neural nets, yeah. Yeah, let's use neural nets to run all of our code instead of branching logic. Looking at his website though, I wouldn't be surprised if there were no if statements. It looks pretty much like a static page. Yeah. Remember Urchin? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah. But anyway, that guy's dead serious, and I'm very concerned, and yeah. Okay, so for this, we want to visit ifs. God forbid we visit an if statement. Oh, we can type annotate this. Did I type annotate any of these other ones? No. Do this one too. This is the old, or the Python 2 compatible way to type annotate functions. Unfortunately, I can't use the new syntax because this tool still supports Python 2. Which is weird, as if statements are one of the few things Turing machines can do. Yeah, it's true. The Flat Earth Society of Programming. I like that. I'm gonna steal that. Flat Earth, no ifers. No language needs to have if statements for being trained complete. They could use if expressions. I guess that's fair. Or they could use go to and compute. PyQt will likely use pyupgrade once the next stable release goes out. Cool. Sounds great. If you run into any problems, please report them. I'm happy to fix bugs. It should be pretty stable. I've run into across like a couple million lines of code at this point. Although the latest features, are less tested than the older ones. You should bring him on for an interview. Just like interview this dude on stream. That'd be so funny. I feel like you guys would be so mean to him. I feel like I would be so mean to him. Let's be real. Okay. I think I actually need a map here to keep track of the original node. Because if I have something like this, if 6.py3, which you shouldn't do, or like this, no. How about this? Sys.version.info is greater than 3, greater than or equal to 3. Like, I need to know that I need to replace this else statement instead of this. Let's just do the simple case first, and we'll handle the more complicated case later. Let's just say these are sets for now. And I'll implement the full gamut later. If version. Okay, so if node.test, if how can a function, e.g. is6, return something or something else? Did I make a typo? I made a typo. Thank you for calling that out. So is6 is a function. Oh, so how can I use this in an if statement? So this is6 function takes a it takes either a name or an attribute, or it basically takes any AST and a sequence of names. I don't know. This function takes a node and a list of possible names that I'm searching for, and then returns either true or false. And so when it returns true, When it returns true in this case, and this is basically the same code as that other code, when this is true, it'll run this block here, and when it's false, it'll continue on in these if statements. So that's basically how it's working. Does that make sense? So it's just a function that returns true or false. In fact, am I in the breakpoint? Self dot is 6 node dot test. Yeah, so you can see like it returned true, and so that allowed it to go inside. Well, the if statement didn't exist here. But let's say if I'm checking against the py3 attribute, then node.test, which is this attribute py2 on the 6 name, so 6.py2. And if I check it against py3, I get false. But if I checked it against py2, I get true. And so that's how it chooses whether to run that if statement or not. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're finding when we hit this py2 block case, and we're going to set a breakpoint there. Oh, right. It does this wonky thing the debugger does this wonky thing sometimes where you have a breakpoint and it'll jump to the next statement. So sometimes I'll put a pass statement here just to make this easier to understand what's going on. And so now if we look where the debugger is, it's stopped at this pass statement instead of jumping back up to this for loop here. So these are the tokens that we're looking at right now, and we're looking at token 0, which points at this if statement here. So basically what I need to do here is find the code for this block, which will basically be finding this colon and then actually I think I can just cheat even more and just go forward until I find this dedent token. That's not strictly true though, because I could have a block inside the block. Isn't AST.node transformer easier than getting offsets of nodes and working with tokens? Yeah, the problem with AST.node transformer is it only allows you to transform the AST objects. It doesn't allow you to transform the source. And I'm trying to rewrite source. So this allows you to rewrite code objects, but not the source. So unfortunately, I need to rewrite the source. You can use something like Astor. Yes, I could. Yeah, I could. It's possible. You're right. Last time I looked at this, it didn't support all of the syntax, though. I don't know if it's been fixed since then. Let's see, issues. I seem to remember it had problems with like Python 3.7 syntax constructs. Oh, well, if you add f-string debugs, then it probably works fine. But anyway, yeah, I get that I could, but I already have all this, and it works, and I don't have to deal with someone else's bugs, so I'm okay using it. Also, every time a syntax feature comes out, I don't need to adjust code, because this is... It basically... The way my thing works is it cherry picks parts of the AST and deals with them. I realize I could use something else, but I don't know, I wrote this before the other things worked well, and I definitely did do my research, but didn't find things that did what I wanted, so I wrote my own. So sue me. Okay. So essentially what I need to do here is I know the start token here, and I need to find the contained block. So I need to create kind of a block stack. Let me just do the simplest thing first. We'll make the test pass. We'll make the test pass, and then we'll go from there. Yeah. To do test if that is indented. To do test nested ifs. To do else. Okay, but for now we just want this test to pass, so we're gonna find the next token that is a dedent and just delete everything from there. J equals I plus 1 while tokens J dot name does not equal dedent. J plus equals 1 del tokens I to J plus 1, I think. So let's say J equals 14. J equals 14, tokens I to J will not include that, but J plus 1 will give me dedent token. Okay. So I think this makes my test pass. Watch out for new lines between functions. Oh no. Yeah, see, Sarcastic Dante already looked into all of this for the what is it called? The yield from stuff. So you probably know more about this than I do. But I'll probably run into that pretty soon. But this should pass. But now let's make it fail. So I guess the first test is this nested if statement. So let's do that. pytest.param. Since I know this will break. If, I don't know, if true. This should also make empty source. Nested ifs. I'm not really paying attention, so I'm not sure this is the case, just saying. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll run into what you're talking about. Okay, so this test should fail because I didn't implement it properly. Actually, it might succeed for the wrong reason. Actually, I'm pretty sure it succeeds for the wrong reason. Yeah, it succeeds for the wrong reason. So if we do this, it should fail. Yeah, so it just produces garbage right now, which is fine. So let's fix this. Level equals 0. I guess we can start with level equals 1. While level. If tokens j.name equals indent, then level increases. Otherwise, level So we just do level. Dot get. Too clever. Look at this. I'm part of the anti-if campaign now. Look at how I got rid of an if statement here. Yeah, I don't hate it that much. Index out of range. Really? Maybe I'm too clever. Levels 1. Tokens J. Oh, there's a lot of tokens here. What is my bug here? Oh shit. So the indent actually happens later. Ugh. So that's why it never terminates. I really need to move forward, then find the indent token. Oh, but I also need to test one line if statements as well. Annoying. Actually, what does a one line if statement look like? There's no indent token there. Question about good way of object-oriented programming. Class A, working with some file. So here we have a lot of logic. Class B, formatting files, some extra not stuff, not always necessary. Which class should inherit from which one? I don't know. I like to argue that inheritance is not always a good pattern, and that you don't need to force the situation with inheritance. Like if there's a good reason for two classes to be strongly related or implement the same functionality, then you kind of should have them. Going to head out. Thank you again for your help. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. Happy to help as well. Oh, B has a good suggestion. Like you might, instead of inheriting, use what is that? Starts with a C. Composition. You can use composition to like keep your formatter as an attribute of your other class, and that way you don't have to inherit the functionality. You just compose the functionality instead. So that's an option. This is kind of annoying. In order to handle this case here, there's no indent and dedent token, so I really need to search forward and find this colon, which I already wrote code for that. So let me find that. I mean, this kind of does that. Oh, I could anti-if here. Is there any other cases where I do this? No. Seems not. Okay, so I basically need that same code again, but slightly different. So I guess I'm not copy and pasting it. Braces equals 0. While braces... What did I do it before? While depth. We'll just... Maybe I can rewrite this and then search backwards for the last parenthesis. Yeah. We'll make a function, I guess. Find block start. Tokens I. While depth or tokens I does not equal this. Depth plus equals. Look at that anti-if. Oh yeah, I told you that a while ago, Tati, that you were using Python 2. That's why you got that error. What's the function called? Find block start. Cool. I just pasted that. That's where that magically appeared. Tokens I. Let me make sure I didn't break my other function, other code by doing that. Oh, I definitely did. Int object has no attribute source. Oh. Of course not. Why would it have a source? Totally messed that statement up. Shit. Why did this break? Is it because I'm being too clever? While depth or tokens j.source. Oh, dot source. Oh, I need a type checker, man. Okay, cool. Haven't broken that. It's good. Okay, tokens. Topple enumerate tokens. Okay, we're looking at this operand. So now I need to search forward to find either a new line or a comment. Oh, what does it look like if there's a comment? There's so many edge cases here. Hopefully I work them all out and then it's not so bad. And then maybe what I write here will help me in the future, hopefully. Oh, did I reach the end of the music? I did. Start that over. That's why it's quiet. Nope, fuck comments. Yeah, comments suck. Okay, so we get a colon. Okay, we still get a new line token, so that's good. And these are all non-coding tokens. That's fine, I think. So we can identify the case where there's no indent, I think. Who cares about comments? I mean, I don't want to break someone's code. Oh, I guess I should also add one with comments. Maybe I should just add all the test cases right now. Be super ambitious and try and get them all to pass at the same time. So let's add all the ones that I was thinking about. So first we wanted to check an indented one. If 6.py2. Oh, this is not good. This is gonna break the code. Maybe this isn't possible, because this is going to make a syntax error. Because it's just going to delete these lines, and then this is going to be broken. TDD! Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Although I'm cheating at TDD. I'm realizing that my test cases are going to be crazy. How can I make this more case? Or at least how can I write this so that it won't cause syntax errors? If I remove the whole block, I think I need to make sure it always has an else, is the answer. That work? Yeah, because if it has an else, there will always be code left behind when it's done. And it's pretty rare that you would write one of these without an else anyway. Yeah, so let's just assume that there's always gonna be an else. Actually, maybe we should just do the simplest case first. How does this parse in the AST? If exp. Maybe we should just do if exps first. Have you seen mine? I haven't looked at yours yet. I scrolled through the code, but I didn't actually read it. But I plan to read it. Sarcastic Dante. Just haven't done it yet. Just get the line number from the AST node. Yeah, but the AST nodes lie sometimes. I can't trust them. In fact, my favorite case of not being able to trust them is this, which I fixed in Python 3.8. But this multi-line string has the line number 3 and the column offset -1, despite definitely starting at line 1 and at column offset 0. Just to show you that I fixed it in Python 3.8. So in 3.8 it now has line number 1 and column offset 0, as it should. Anyway, what was I doing? Okay, so maybe I should handle if expressions first, although I've already started on this, so I might as well finish. Okay, but I'm gonna add else's to all of these and only handle it when there's an else. And that'll handle my dedent case as well. So we're only gonna do this if there's an else statement. That way we don't break code. This case is gonna be so hard to get right. We'll make it happen. Let's actually make these more realistic cases. Not this x equals 5, x equals 6 stuff. That test case looks good. This one looks good. Yeah, comma's in the right spot. Looks good. What was the one I was writing here? I've already forgotten. If that is indented. Oh, yes. There's almost no way that I'm going to finish this on stream today. Which is unfortunate. This is gonna be pretty complicated. Unfortunately. Ended up switching to subprocess instead of easy process. Was still able to get to set env like I wanted to. Thanks again for that. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. Always happy to help. So we want to only handle cases where there's an else node. What does an else if look like? So we have an if node, and its or else is an if. Okay, so this is the elif. And in order to find an if that's not elif, we would just say it exists and is not an. And node dot or else. And not is instance. Okay, so it's a test for Python 2, and the node has an else block, and the else block has stuff that's not an if. We can call elif a syntax trigger. Yes, it is a syntax trigger. It is a shortcut for else and then if. Which also means that I should write some no-op tests. Test fix pytest block no-op. Just to leave myself an example of when it causes syntax error, because that one it's by itself does not cause a syntax error. This should do nothing. We typically skip if without else, as it could cause a syntax error. Here's the case where it causes a syntax error. Okay, what were we doing? Breakpoint. Okay, we found the colon. Oh, a lot of tokens. Okay, so we're at 5. Now we need to figure out whether it is a single line if statement. And if it is a single line if statement, we should see non-coding tokens before we see a new line. Just because I'm curious. If we see a bunch of blank lines here, where does the data... I guess the indent token should be here, I would think. And if I put a comment here, where does the indent token go? Ah, interesting. So it just completely ignores this white space. Oh, and all of these NLs are unimportant new lines. Weird. When I run web on the terminal, it returns me nothing. I don't know what that is. It is a Ruby package. What does it do? It is a next generation web scanner. Oh, I see. It's like a security scanner. How can I tokenize a string? So you have to, if you're just using the tokenize module, which sucks. The tokenize module is awful. You have to do io.bytes.io dot readline import pprint 1, 2, 3. So that's how you do it. The tokenize function takes a readline function, and I'm not actually using the tokenize module directly. I'm using a module that I wrote called tokenize RT. Because the tokenize module drops whitespace and escapes new lines. And so I've added 2 new tokens that represent the escaped new line and the unimportant whitespace. Yeah, so that's why I wrote tokenize RT, so that you can do round-trip tokenization. Tokenize RT doesn't work for anything that's not Unicode though, because it takes a shortcut. In fact, if I remember right, it uses a deprecated generate tokens function, but I guess it's not deprecated, it's just not well documented. Okay, trying to do too many things at once. What am I doing? I am searching forward for a new line. One line is equal to false. While, what if it's at the end of the file? Does it matter? Okay, so we're going to search for it. If it's a non-coding token, then we're going to break. If it's a new line, we're also going to break. Just combine these 2 cases. For this. Hey, what's up, Zippy97? How's your Saturday going? Or Sunday, depending on what part of the world you're in. Okay, so if we found a coding token, hey, what are you working on? The Gel Mega. I'm working on. So I'm working on a library / tool called pyupgrade. The idea behind pyupgrade is it's a source rewriting tool which takes syntax from older versions of Python and automatically rewrites them for the newer syntax, or the better, faster syntax in most cases. It supports a bunch of different things. So some things are like dictionary comprehensions or Unicode literals. But some of the stuff that I'm working on today is this Python 3 plus mode, where it's basically burning the bridges with Python 2. And what it's doing here is it's taking if statements that are Python 2 specific, and it's going to delete the Python 2 specific code and just leave the Python 3 specific code behind. So that's what I'm working on. Zippy says, doing good, I have a hangover, so just chilling. Nice. I mean, not nice. I mean, hangovers are good and bad. Good because it means you had a good time, but bad because their head fucking hurts. Let's see. So right now I'm basically working through the tokenization and AST parts and like making sure that that's working well. And so right now I'm parsing, this is the tokenization output of this file. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm figuring out whether an if statement is a one-liner or not. The Gel Mega says, I'm working on my own language and not planning to have the same issue Python 2 and Python 3 has. That's ambitious. What is your language going to be like? I just thought about this. This is actually insufficient. We actually don't care about this if block. We really want to look forward and find the else block. We don't actually care about this colon, now that I think about it. We will in a bit. But we don't care about it yet. So we'll just comment this out. back to the drawing board. Block depth. So while block depth or tokens j dot source does not equal else. Just gonna be enough. No, because you could do something shitty like so then that would stop at this token here. Which means I should write a test case for that. This is hard. There's so many edge cases here. so many edge cases, it's a circle. No one is going to write code like your test cases. Yeah, that's true, but I also don't want to like magically break someone's code. It's a general programming language you can compare to languages like Go and Rust. Cool. I have a vacation for a few months. We'll start programming, but don't know exactly which language to start with. So I'm looking at a few options to see what I really want to do. Yeah, keep an open mind. I would suggest things like JavaScript or Python or I don't know, Go or something like that to get started. Like start with a high-level language that's not too unforgiving, I guess. Python is a great learning language. I don't know that Python is a great programming language. It happens to be the one that I write a lot of code in, but I don't know. It's all right. Did you write any specification? I'm kind of a language nerd and love new hobby languages. Nice. Still at 0.1, so a lot of changes are likely. We have our first victim. How do you use Nano? Are you a noob? Please, it's GNU/Nano. Oh man. Thank you again for that idea. It's still great. Yeah, so yeah, go ahead, post links. Links are open. My chat is completely unmoderated. Don't abuse it, but feel free to post links. I use Nano because I'm fast at it and it gets the job done. I do know how to use Vim, but I'm just faster at Nano. I used to use IDEs, and then I traveled across the country over a holiday break for holidays and such. And while I was still doing work at home, working in an IDE was way too slow because it was grabbing code across the country, and so I reverted back to terminal editors and developed a muscle memory and haven't really looked back since then. But yes, that is why I used Nano like a noob. Oh, so shoot, how do I find this else? I guess I can know whether I've seen a new line yet. Is that enough to ignore that? And then we'll see. Yeah, I think that's enough to ignore this case. So while we're in a block where we see an else statement, so we want to say while there is not block depth. Let's see, well, oh my goodness. The Boolean logic is blowing my brain. Okay, so scene new line is false. Okay, so we're gonna continue while there's some block depth. Or the token is not equal to else. So we're going to continue while there's some block depth, or we haven't seen a new line, or the token is else. I think that's good. If tokens j name is equal to new line, see new line, I can just anti-if again. Oh, this is your language. Proglang. Proglang. See. Wow, you have a VS Code plugin for it already. Where's the spec you said? Spec is in specification. Cool. What happened here? No, it's not fixed with. View. Display rendered. Well, clearly it's not rendering properly. Display source. There we go. How to define your tokens. Cool. Ooh, Unicode variable names. Super popular, but also super easy to break stuff. Oh, you mix between tabs and spaces here. Does your language allow mixed tabs and spaces? Some nice C-like macros. Cool. Int lit. It's so lit, man. Got an inconsistency here. You got dashes and underscores. Sorry. Ooh, mixed case. Interesting. Interesting choice. Wait, what does this do? Oh, is this just like comma separated? So this is 6,210,450,049. Cool. Where's some like basic syntax examples? Because I am impatient. Oh, here we go. Okay, this looks nice. Looks kind of like Go. Cool, exciting. Excited to see what you come up with. Alright, so let's see. So this should point us to our else token. Then we need to find colon, I guess. No, I don't know what we need to find. So let's just run this and see if that works so far before I get ahead of myself. The answer is no, it does not. J is 14, which is pointing in our else. Awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Then we need to start doing this shenanigans here. Okay, so we find our colon. Don't ask like that. Then we look forward to find either a new line or a non-coding token. If we found a non-coding token, or if we found a coding token, non-coding tokens is comment, escaped new line, or escaped NL. NL is the unimportant new line, or unimportant white space. Okay, so if tokens I.name is equal to new line, we shouldn't use I here. We should use something else. We can continue to use J. Reuse J. So in the single line else, we can handle, we know what to do already here. We found the first coding token, so we can just del tokens I to J. I think that should be our first passing test case. Where's my rig? Oh. 5 failed. Clearly not. What was the one that I expected to pass? I expected this single line one to pass. Why did you not pass? Oh, what? Doesn't look right. Oh. This should be a J. That's why. Please work. No. Oh, this is that weird case. I don't know that this is handled yet. Oh, this is not the one that I expected to hit. What was the one line one that I... This is the case, this is the test that I wanted to test. Oh, one failed, one passed. Okay, cool, sick. We have one passing. But now we need to handle this block case. And actually, I think that's it. If I get this block case working, then we're good. He said, optimistically. Import AST class purifier. AST.node transformer def visit if self node pass the anti-if transformer. Yeah, that's pretty good. Nice. Currently also working on implementing one of the harder parts of my language, templates. Templates, while useful, are a bit annoying to implement in the compiler. Yeah, templates are real annoying. Toddy says goodbye. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one, friends. It's probably, I guess it's late in Argentina? Although, no, wait, isn't that... global map. Global time zone map. Not to, like, say, why are you leaving? Oh, yeah. It's in... -4? 3 AM going to sleep. Thanks for stopping by, Sarcastic Dante. I guess it's getting late for a lot of people. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so I don't blame you. 3 AM in Turkey. Nice. Early in the morning. Okay, so let's handle this block case. So we're in a new line. Then we need to look forward until we find an indent token, and then look forward until the indent goes away. This should, in theory, give us our block here. I'm also going to go almost 3 AM here, too. And I need to vote, since in my country you're required to go and vote, even if it's blank or invalid. Awesome, here's my null vote. You get fined if you don't vote. Interesting. Mandatory voting. Index out of range. Right, we need to iterate one past this indent token, otherwise we've increased the indent count and we will never finish it. Alright, so tuple iterate tokens. Block start is J, and then J is 30, so this should actually be J plus 1. Should start here, and then J is 30, which is... Why did J get incremented? Oh, because it jumped past this. I see. So the end is actually this dedent token here. So I need to take this code here and remove indentation equal to the starting token's indentation. Causes a high voter turnout at the cost of uneducated voters. Yeah, unfortunate. But yeah, I need to dedent this block, and then I think it's good. How hard is that? Because there's both indent tokens and unimportant whitespace tokens for the lines that have comments on them. Given the complex government system in Belgium, that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is getting an actual government in less than a year. So the politicians can agree on one thing to begin with. Yeah, how often are your elections? Once a year? Usually the only dangerous uneducated voters are the ones that are already motivated to vote. Yeah, hashtag the United States, I guess. Once every 5 years, wow. So they got some time to get their shit together. Okay, so I'm going to try and determine the original indent to subtract the indentation off of that. And so basically what I need to do is assume this is indented. I need to look, so we'll originally be looking right here at this token, this if token, and I need to look backwards to find, I guess I can just look at the token right before it. There's no other case. Unless it's at the root. So if it's, I guess there's another case if it's at the beginning of the file. So let me write tests for all of those. Actually, I have tests for this one and this one. I don't have a test for another one at the beginning of the file. Hey, what's up, Corey Codes? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. My guy, I'm not the only one who listens to lo-fi while coding, thank God. Also, do I see a Linux device? GNU plus Linux. Nice. I guess my chatbot doesn't look for case insensitive, so if you capitalize Linux, it's fine. It's a dumb meme. Don't assume the bot is making fun of you. It's just a dumb meme. Yeah, technically I'm using Linux, but I'm actually running Windows, so I'm being sneaky about it. Um, but yeah, I like to program in Linux. It seems better, I guess. For some reason, we need a federal governments for the 3 regions, and additional governments for the 3 official language groups. Interesting. You should add interjection. I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean by interjection, B? Oh, he has a Wikipedia link. Oh, not a Wikipedia link. The interjection copy past. Oh. This is pretty funny. I'd just like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as Linux is in fact GNU/Linux, or as I've recently taken to call it, GNU plus Linux. Oh, that's where that comes from. I see. Okay, I didn't get the reference. Now I understand the reference. Linux is not an operating system unto itself, but rather another free component of a fully functioning GNU system, made useful by GNU core libs, shell utilities, and vital system components, comprising a full OS as defined by POSIX. This is so funny. That's funny. See, if I is equal to 0, then original indent equals empty string. File. 2 ends if I can wait. Please spell beginning. Why am I losing my mind? Okay, 2 ends. That's what I thought. Just looks wrong for some reason. If tokens I minus 1 dot name equals new line. Can it be any other type? Be NL? No, I think it has to be new line. Then for beginning of line. Otherwise, indent equals tokens. Okay, so we have the original indent. Now we need to adjust all of the indents in the block. Okay, in range, block start to J. Tokens K minus 1. But name in so if the previous token was a new line and tokens k.name is in indent or an important white space, how do I do the right subtraction here? I think I just need to subtract the original indent. Tokens k equals tokens k dot replace source equals tokens k And that's it. This is my dedent. Let's see. Thanks for stopping by, the Gel Mega. You're probably gone by now because I just read your chat message. Sorry. As we speak, I'm meant to be doing web dev stuff, but I'm too lazy. So yeah, nice. I was a web developer at one point in time. Matthias asks, what are you making? I'm working on a tool called pyupgrade. The idea behind pyupgrade is it upgrades syntax from older versions of Python to newer versions of Python. So for instance, this is the syntax you would have to use in Python 2.6. And this syntax is faster and works in Python 2.7 plus. Pyupgrade has a bunch of different syntax rewrites similar to this. So some of the stuff it does is like dictionary comprehensions, format specifiers, a bunch of other stuff. But the stuff that I'm working on right now is the Python 3 plus rewrites. So in Python 3, you can take advantage of a bunch of new features and not have to write Python 2 compatible code. And so I'm working on, the one I'm working on today is this one here, where if you have a block that targets Python 2 directly, it will delete this chunk here and then de-indent this to hopefully just eliminate the Python 2 specific code. At least that's the goal. That's what I'm working on, and in theory, if I'm right, everything should work now. But I'm clearly not right, so let's get to fixing that. It looks like it did it correctly except for this indent here. So why is that? Set a breakpoint and find out. Start. Oh my goodness. I'm getting tired. It's been 5 hours. We're hopefully I'm gonna wrap this up after I get some of these tests passing. PP tuple enumerate tokens. Okay, so 23 to 30 is the block that we're rewriting. So we're rewriting from here to here. And 23 should have matched. So tokens 22.name should have been a new line, so that's good. And tokens 23 to 30. And tokens K should have been an indent token. So what is happening? Indent is 0. Oh. That's not right. Right. So I actually need to find the minimum indent of that block and then subtract the amount that gets that to 0. I need this loop twice. It's annoying. Should be line. Oh, it's too many characters. Dang it. Okay, so we grab the original indent, then we grab the minimum indentation of the block, then we subtract out that minimum indentation difference. B says, I'll switch to my laptop and I'm going to bed, so you'll be back in 5 minutes. Alright, cool. Corey Code says, I'm learning how to code desktop apps instead of doing my assessment. Nice. I actually don't know too much about desktop applications. I think the last time I wrote a desktop app was 2012-ish. I wrote a Windows app that did some stuff. Oh my goodness, my test pass. Do all of my test pass. Nope. Nope, they don't. Oh, they very much do not pass. They're very much wrong. Oh. They didn't implement this block depth. Call this level like we do below. And steal this code. Actually, I wonder if block depth works. Let's be consistent, we'll just call it level. I think I was... Oh, I already read that. Okay. Reading chat twice. I thought I saw it move, but I must be imagining things. Okay, so what is our source? Okay. What do you mean it's not defined? Oh, fix Py3 plus. Yeah, see, I'm losing it, guys. I'm running out of steam. Oh, you're too far indented. That's annoying. Oh, what? Okay. Let's put a breakpoint here, figure out what's going on. Oh, which test did we want to do? It's this nested ifs. Oh, we have so many tokens here. We're looking at token... what? Oh, we're at the end of the file. Block start is 35. This is our block. 35 to 42. Welcome back, B. You didn't miss much. Just me wondering what the hell's going on here. Let's see. So we loop over all of these. We should get an indent of... Oh wait, we should figure out what our original indent is first. The original indent is 0. I is 0. That's wrong. Oh wait, no, that's right. This had an original indent of 0. I think I'm looking at the wrong test case. I think this one passes, yeah. I don't want nested ifs, I want indented is the test case that I wanted. I wish I could like macro this because I type this over and over and over. Block start. J is 31 and what else? What else do I want to look at? I is 6. Okay. So it's 6, we should get an original indent of 4. "24" is here. So we should get a block indent of 8. And so it should subtract 4? Maybe? Let's see. I'll follow it through. So original indent is 4. Cool. B1313. A is 24. Is this indent? Token indent is 9. Is that a 9-space indent? Did I fuck this up? It is 9. This is all because I made a typo. Oh man, if it's a typo, I'm gonna be kind of salty. That is a 9-space indent. It still should have worked though. Maybe. No, what if 5-space indented this? Yeah, it's off by a bunch.
If you talk all the time, you'll never hear what anybody else has to say. And therefore all you'll have to talk about is your own conversation.
Original indent is 4. Block indent is 8. So the difference should be 4. If you do that all the time, you'll find that you've nothing to think about except thinking. And just as you have to stop talking to hear what others have to say, you have to stop thinking to find out what life is about. And the moment you stop thinking, you become into immediate contact with the unspeakable world. Yeah, that seems right. So the new source should be just a 4-space indent. Which is what we did here. What the hell is going on? I don't understand. This looks right. Oh, what? There's another indent token here. Where did that come from? Oh, we didn't remove the indent token before the if. Right. Right. The laptop I'm currently using runs Windows 7. I guess technically that one's not GNU/Windows. Yeah, I'm still watching. What? Well, now it's like way in the wrong direction. Okay, so if I don't do that, I get that. Does I get used after this? Oh, it does. Do they all pass? Oh, praise be. Alright, I'm not done implementing this, but I am done for today, unfortunately, because I'm exhausted. It's been 5 hours, but I mostly got what I wanted to get done. I'm gonna clean this up offline and then finish it. Things that I still need to do is switch it when it's if Py3, and I also need to handle the other conditions that could mean Python 2. But, done with that. So yeah, let me do my normal wrap-up spiel that I go through. If you missed any part of the stream and you're interested in watching the rest of it or watching any previous streams, I put them up on YouTube after the stream, and so if you want to catch the previous ones, they're up there. If you want to watch one that I particularly like or I thought that was really good, check out, which one is it? Oh, this Vexoig memory leak one. That one is pretty cool. I also recently went over my experience at PyCon. That one's another one, a cool one to check out. But yeah, previous streams, check them out. They're mostly Python, but that's that. If you want to get notified of future streams, follow me on Twitch. I also announce on Twitter right before I stream that I'm gonna stream, basically. So I say, like, I'll be streaming in 80 minutes. But that's one way to keep up to date with the streams. Most of my content on Twitter is programming related, so if you want to watch me shitpost about other stuff, that's another place to go. There's also a newish thing, which is my channel has a Discord, so if you want to chat with me offline, ask me programming questions, laugh about dumb shit, shoot memes or whatever, there's a Discord. It's linked in the description below, so if you go to twitch.tv/AnthonyWritesCode, you'll see me there. But there's a Discord button here, so you can join Discord. I chat about stuff there. What else? Is that it? Yeah, we did Twitter, we did YouTube, we did Discord. But yeah, that's it. Thank you all for stopping by. I'm gonna find someone to raid, and then you guys can continue to watch their coding stuff.